we're about to start now. So in the meantime, you guys can tell your friends starting up. So thank you so much for um yeah.
M. Lewis, who is the Technical Director of CFI Services. I'll be calling up on stage again the chairperson for Cess conference in person of Oshode Similoloa.
Good morning, distinguished guests, respected members of our academic staff, our industry professionals, corporate partners, fellow students. Somewhere in this city right now, the drainage system is being overwhelmed by rain it wasn't designed to handle. The road is cracking under traffic loads its engineers never anticipated. The building is standing exactly as strong as it was the day it was built, while the climate around it has already changed. This is the reality we've gathered here to confront. My name is Oshode Similoluwa Korede, and it is my honor to welcome you to CES Conference 7.0. To our keynote speakers, our panelists, and sponsors who set aside professional commitments to be here today, thank you so much. Your presence is a statement that the next generation of Nigerian engineers is worth investing in. To my fellow students, thank you for showing up, not just as spectators, but as the engineers that this country will depend on. The Civil Engineering Student Society has never just been an academic association. We are a training ground for judgment under real conditions. Through our deep dive sessions, we've spent the past weeks unpacking the questions behind this year's theme, making today less a beginning than a culmination. This year, our dialogue centers on a critical theme, future-proofing the urban fabric. We chose this theme deliberately because our cities are being tested to their absolute limits. Rapid urbanization, population urges, economic pressure, climate volatility. Traditional methods of building are no longer enough for the world that we are handing to the next generation. As engineers, we shape the infrastructure that holds the society together. If we design only for today, we are quietly guaranteeing tomorrow's failure. Future proofing is not a slogan, it's a discipline. It means resilient urban spaces that absorb growth instead of buckling under it. And smart, energy conscious infrastructure treated as default. It speaks directly to the Sustainable Development Goal 9 on innovation and infrastructure, the Sustainable Development Goal 11 on sustainable cities, and the Sustainable Development Goal 13 on climate action. Over the next few hours, you're going to hear from professionals who have built major projects across this country and even across the world. I would encourage every student here to engage like it matters, because it does. Take notes during the keynote sessions, ask questions on your mind during the panel sessions, the uncomfortable ones, useful ones. Watch the competition closely. Some of what you see today may be built in the country within the decade. Use the networking breaks deliberately. Introduce yourself, ask a real question, follow up on it. None of this happened by accident. I want to sincerely acknowledge the organizing committee of Cess Conference 7.0, volunteers who gave weeks and late nights to make this possible. I extend my deep gratitude to our sponsors and our partners. The support made this gathering possible. I made a statement that this society's ambitions are worth backing. We have the talent, we have the tools. What remains is the responsibility. Build cities that will still be standing, still be working, still be worth living in decades from now. Let today be the day where we challenge old assumptions, exchange practical knowledge, and start building the solutions that our engineering landscape urgently needs. Thank you. Welcome once again to CES Conference 7.0. I wish you all a truly impactful and memorable conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Similoloa, for that welcome address. Please give him a round of applause once again. Very quickly, we'll be heading back to our first keynote speaker of the day, the person of Mr. Bright Okereke, who happens to be the president and co-founder of Flinks Reality. As he comes on stage, please give him a warm round of applause. Mr. Bright Okereke is the president of Flinks Reality. No, you can. Yeah. He's the president of Flinks Reality Limited, a Lagos-based real estate company focused on building practical, demand-driven housing on the mainland. With over 9 years of hands-on experience, Bright has been directly involved in the delivery of more than 300 housing units across more than 17 different residential developments. He also helped to develop and manage an investment model that has delivered consistent rental income to its investors for over 6 years, which has proven resilient through all phases of the housing market cycle. Bright believes that the way people live today and the way they rent apartments should largely define how a developer approaches real estate. Starting early in his development career, he worked with numerous tenants and property seekers. This experience led him to gain a strong knowledge of how demand, pricing, and occupancy impacts a development's viability. Today, he uses his wealth of experience to shape his approach in how Flinks positions its developments in terms of structure and focus on rentability, realistic pricing, and cash flow long term. Ladies and gentlemen, meet your first keynote speaker of the day, Mr. Bright Okereke.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction. I want to also thank everyone for coming out today. I also thank the organizers of this event for putting it together. So about 10 years ago, I was a student of Unilag. And when I was a student, I like attending events like this. But any flyer that I see, as long as it's events that is like real estate, engineering, or business, I'm there. And I usually attend these events for 2 reasons. One is to learn or get inspired. I like listening to people that are ahead of me talk, so I'll know, okay, this is what I want to do is possible. The second reason is for the food. And I'm sure that we have a mix of both in this room today. Now, the thing is, if you are attending events like this, you have to want the first one, because sometimes they don't share food. They will just give you bottled water and gala. I don't know the plans for this particular event, but there's a chance that might happen. I don't know what the organizers are planning. So within those times, I learned a lot from people who came to speak to us. I got inspired. And my job today is to inspire, even if it's one person here or 2 people, the same way I got inspired in those days. And over the past couple of years after I've left Unilag, we've gone into real estate and we have built a lot of urban houses. By next year, we'll be on track to deliver over 1,000 units of urban apartments that mostly have renewable energy. By renewable energy, solar. So most of the houses, they have solar, they have smart devices on them, smart doors, smart locks, smart smart appliances. And today I'll be speaking on my slide. So today I'll be speaking on re-engineering urban space and integrating renewable and smart solution. Yes. Let me look at it very well. Exactly. I'm also going to be talking about this topic using a personal story. So I'm going to be carrying you guys along how I started as a student and how I got here. I'm going to be sharing the story just one by one. So just follow along. It's going to be a very interesting story. So my story started in Unilag. In my year one, I got a hostel, one of the best male hostels in the school. Jaja Hostel. How many of you okay, you know it was Jaja. How many of you are in Jaja? Jaja House. That place is very nice. But in my year two, they now threw me to one of the most disturbing hostels for boys, Marere. And that was where my life started to look somehow. So year one, I got hostel, I balloted, I got a space, everything was great. And during that stay, I was opportune to meet one of my roommates who later became co-founder of my company, Mr. Adugun. So he was studying civil engineering while I was studying electrical electronics engineering. But as young people, we were very restless, looking for opportunities wherever we can find it. And eventually we found one. So in year two, I could not get hostel, normal stuff. I balloted, did not get to me. And I went to look for apartments. I had like 150K from scholarship that I had. And then I went round Akoka. I had this agent guy that was smoking by taking me on inspection. And he took me to like the worst houses I've ever seen in my life. You know when you enter those houses and you're wondering, people actually live here. After checking like 10 of them, I could not find anything. I decided to go back to school and I did what every normal Unilag student would do. I squat. So I found one of my friends to squat with in Marere. And we were 10 in the room. For a room that was designed for 4 people. And my area on like Jaja is very small. Very tiny with one small window. So at the end of the day, I didn't even find where to sleep. So I ended up sleeping on the floor. But during that period, that was when all the inspiration I was looking for came. I realized that to get apartments and good housing is not easy. In fact, it's almost non-available. So by the end of the year, me and my former roommate started a business called Get Hostel Services to help other students get apartments around school. Now, when we started that business, we started realizing something. The issue is not helping people get house. I know everybody hates agents. They always used to call out agents. They will show you rubbish house. You know, the houses are not good. Agents will take you to rubbish place and be marketing it. So we found out that the problem was not the agent, it was actually the houses. Most of the houses were just not good. Around that time, there's this thing developers used to do. So when they do like a 1-bedroom apartment, they will tile the parlor and they will not tile the room. So the room is for the person that rents it to tile. Sometimes they will put door in the parlor, they will not put door in the room. So they just build the house anyhow. And after helping a lot of people get houses like that, we decided that it's best if we start building our own. And by 2020, we started our first project. And we built our first house. Even though it was not all what we wanted, but it was a good start. And one of the things that, I'll move to the next slide. One of the things that we realize is you don't have to be very old to start making a change. As at the time we started our first project, my business partner was about 20 years old, and I was 22 years old, and we started building the first house from scratch, a 3-story building in Yaba. And since then, we've gone on to build more than 20 houses and providing housing for close to 1,000 people. And the journey still continues. One of the things that we learned is you have to start small. So regardless of what the problem is, you have to start small and build from there. And in Nigeria, you can move to the next slide. In Nigeria, the problem of housing is even becoming bigger because by the time you start checking, you realize that there are two issues. One, there are no houses. Two, the houses that you have, they are not good enough and they have power problems. So you move into a house, you don't have 24 hours electricity. I know that is generally a government issue, but one thing we realize is it's an issue that we can also solve ourselves. Because if all the apartments we have, we put solar in them, and everybody in those apartments have 24 hours electricity, if enough people live in apartments like that, guess what? Nigeria has 24 hours electricity. So we looked at a different way of solving a very big problem. So instead of waiting for the government to build power station that takes years, after multiple cycles of laundering the money and spending it on themselves, we figured that if we build a lot of houses and those houses have 24 hours electricity powered by solar, we can bring stable electricity to as many people as possible. And we went to work on it, and we are looking at building thousands and thousands of houses that will provide 24 hours electricity for people. Okay, I'll move to the next slide. So we transitioned from just building normal houses to building houses that really, really look good and have 24 hours electricity for people and also cheaper for people to rent. So instead of you coming and you are looking for 5 million, 3 million, 4 million to rent an apartment, you can start with just 500K, 700, even 350K. 350K is in the future. We are almost there. But it will make housing a lot more cheaper for people while also enjoying new apartment designs and stable power. So one of the things that we are very focused on is to make sure that this is decentralized, right? The Nigeria we want to see is for us to build it. One of the things we learned early on is you can either complain about a problem or you can be part of the solution. And you are never too young to be part of the solution. So instead of complaining that there are no houses, the houses are bad, the apartment don't look good, you can join in solving the problem by building more houses. You can join in solving the problem by building technologies that will enable people have access to renewable energy. You can join in building as many platforms as necessary to make it a lot easier to get access to these houses. And that was one of the things that we focused on. Instead of complaining, we decided to be part of the solution by building more houses that will enable people get 24 hours electricity easily. So the power to redesign the urban housing is not just in the hands of government or elites or extremely rich people. It's also in our own hands. One of the things that we know how to do very well as Nigerians is complain about the government. By the way, the government has problems. I'm telling you, it is not an easy feat. But here's the thing. The people who build great countries are the people, not the government. There's this particular series I follow on YouTube. It's a series you can watch like multiple episodes on YouTube. They call it The Men Who Built America. And one interesting thing about that series is it did not cover people in the government. It did not cover politicians. It covered men like J.P. Morgan. It covered men like Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, Rockefeller. And these were not politicians. These were not people in the government. These were businessmen who transformed America. And unlike the way a lot of people think that, oh, other countries don't have corruption like we do. They do. Just different. But what they have is people who are resilient and people who build things. America is superpower of the world today, not because their government is the best ever. It's okay, but it's not the best ever. But because of the people they have, because of the enterprising people there who have built giant companies that everybody needs, people who are constantly trying to solve problems, people who are constantly trying to build the future. So one of the things that you have to do if you're looking at changing the urban housing is you have to start small. Most times what limits people from starting is like they always want to start in the biggest possible way ever. So if you're sitting down here, you're like, how do I, small me, how do I want to change things? How do I want to build a big house? Nobody knows. Nobody knows at the beginning. But you have to start with what's in front of you. No matter how small you start, and then you grow from there. And eventually, you get to a point where you can have significant impact in the country, and you can change the way real estate, housing, and renewable energy exist in the country today. So I'll be wrapping up with just a few words. We as young people, we have to dedicate our lives to creating the future we want to see in Nigeria. Nigeria is for us to build. It's very, very important for us to know this. It is for us to build. If we want to change the urban housing, if we want to change anything, it is in our hands. We are genuinely the future of tomorrow. And how we create that tomorrow is by getting to work day and night to make those changes. No other person is responsible for changing the country. No other person is responsible for changing housing. It is us, and we have to dedicate our time to doing it. And eventually, we will be able to create the future we want to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bright. Okay, please appreciate him one more time as I call on the president of the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering of the University of Lagos, in person of Atilade Joshua, to present an award to Mr. Bright Okereke on behalf of the entire department.
All right. Good day, everyone. Lovely to be here. And before we go into the award section, Mr. Bright here would like to take some questions because I take just one or two questions from the public. And if you please have any question, you can just signify. And all right, you can pass the secondary mic. So while that is also going, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our daddy, our big daddy, Professor J.O. Akomu. Sir, please, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Also, we also appreciate the presence of our very own engineer, Dr. Bola Mudashiru. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. All right, we'll be taking the questions now.
Good morning. My name is Zenwa Dominic. So I have a question for you. From what I get, yourself and your co-founder, you guys built your company by 2022 respectively. So now, looking at from people like us, how do we, because building in houses is not cheap, for example, no matter how small it is. So most of the times you might have the idea, like how is the fundraising process at such a young age? What does it feel like? That's just basically my question.
Okay, great. So the thing is, it's going to take you a long time to do it, right? So we've been doing this for close to 10 years. It takes a long time. That's important. Now, how do you even do the fundraising? The most important thing you learn or I've learned in building houses, raising money is the people you know is very important. And by people you know, I don't mean connection in the way people think about it, where your parents have to be rich to introduce you to people. Is you start meeting people. I'll give you an example. So when we started with helping students get apartments in school, right? One of my biggest clients today was one of the students' dad I met. So she came, she wanted hostel, I helped her get a hostel. And then during that process, I met her dad. And we kept in touch and we were talking. And I found out he wanted to buy a property. So I'm like, oh, I can help you get a property. And we went back and forth for 2 years. I was able to help him get a property. And since then, we've kept in touch. And now he's one of my biggest clients. He does we've done maybe 10 apartments, 10 buildings with him, just him alone. And what you learn is if you are out there, you get to meet people. And if you're able to maintain those relationships over a long period of time, whenever you now need money, if you have a good deal, you can talk to these people and they will give you money. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. My name is Joseph Akiemi. So you said that one of the things that prompted you to find establishing the business you do today is because you were going around looking for a house and all the houses you were seeing were not good and all. Right? And I believe that one of the major problems why we don't see very much good houses is because the developers do not want to spend a lot of money into them because they would have to raise the rent or and because we don't really have a lot of people who can, right? And you say that you build, smart houses on the mainland, right? The mainland, and we understand that in the mainland there are a lot of different households conditions. So I wanted to ask if those houses have also, are available to all sets, just a particular people.
Thank you very much for that question. So you're right? If you want something good, it's going to cost a lot of money, right? So what we noticed and what we're trying to build on is to make it accessible to as many people as possible. Like for instance, if you want to rent a studio apartment now, like a self-con, you probably need rent of like 1.5, 1 million, 1.5. Tell around Unilag. By the time you do total package, you probably spent like 2.5. Before you even start furnishing, let's say you do another furnishing and you bought curtain. Curtain is very expensive. You buy curtain, you buy AC, you buy TV. You see that you've probably spent close to 5 million just on a studio apartment. So what we try to do is to make sure that if you're going to spend that much on the studio apartment, at least let it have 24 hours electricity. So we might not be able to make it really cheap that everybody will pay maybe 500K a year for it. But we want to start with, let's make it really good. Then we can now work on making it really cheap. And by the time we make it really good, with time, we can work on making it cheaper and cheaper. But that would be based on other factors. But at the moment, yes, it's for people who have money because it's expensive to do something that good. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning. Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I have a small, more engineering kind of question.
Okay.
When you build houses, do
Yeah.
you follow an international code or maybe a local order? Code.
Code.
Standard. Yeah. When you build a house,
Yeah.
standard,
I don't get the question, sorry.
like ISO standard, like the international
Okay, the
building
code.
code. Or
ISO
the
standard.
yeah. Which one do you follow? I'm just curious.
Those ones set
It
me
will
up.
not have any effect on your business. Don't worry. I just for my own
Oh,
curiosity.
yeah. So,
Because they are civil engineers, so maybe.
oh,
they
the
should
civil
know.
engineers. So the thing is,
Thank you.
I do not know the details of ISO code, but we follow most of the regulatory bodies in Lagos. And then I follow his page. So whatever I don't know, I learn from him. Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much. I really appreciate the questions. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that session, sir. And now to move on to the award section, would like to call on our daddy, Sir Joe Akomu, to present the award to Mr. Bright and Flame Surety.
Interesting thing about our student any of you read the Bible, as the man they call Moses. That man worked very hard. He didn't get to promise. planners for you to manage your flood, to also recharge your water, like porous asphalt, and so on and so forth. Now, the next slide. Now, everything I've explained in terms of green infrastructure takes us to this slide. This concept is called the sponge city concept by one professor. The professor is called Prof. Keng Jion Yu. In 2013, a professor came out and said, what can we somewhere from the word sponge? It takes it, release the water, it sponges it, absorb it. That is the idea behind sponge city. So if we must get it right in Lagos State, in Ogun State, in whatever state we have, we must embrace green infrastructure as a way of future-proofing those life we're talking about. And the 3P talks about the people first. Talks about planet before talks about prosperity. But what we have in most cases is prosperity first, planet, and people last. So if we must future-proof that, we must ensure that we scale our impact that requires sponge city principle into how we design our band, how we put that into our building codes, how we finance our infrastructures. So success depends on national and local government, coupled with meaningful community participation. Now, this sponge city concept came after the flood of 2012 in China. It was a major disaster. It was a major disaster. And as engineers, we are innovators. Think of a solution to something and solve it. And today, it started from 15 cities. It's moved to about 30 cities. And in China now, to over 250 cities are practicing sponge city in China because they must go against flood and so on and so forth. The next slide, please. And cities like Copenhagen also did something similar to that. We can learn from countries, we can learn from cities and make things better. They also had flood issues. I think in 2011, it was a major flood. And they started thinking, what can we do? And they came out with what we call cloud-based management plan. And they are trying to say, we want to show how we can transform our city against climate threats. Everything I've explained about green infrastructure is tied to this cloud-based management plan of Copenhagen. And they also said, okay, we want to turn risks into resilience. The next slide. The next slide, please. And they came up with this plan and said, okay, between 2011 and 2013, we must ensure that we develop 30-year adaptation master plan that we can go against or we can try to mitigate or adapt to risk issue. Now, they were so intentional. Now, between 2013 and 2020, they talk about design. Now, they talk about modeling, which is still ongoing, of course. And one thing about it is that they look at citizen. You don't build for the people. You build with the people. As civil engineers, we don't think about what can I build like this. You build with the people, you carry the people along. This is what you want to do. You engage the citizen and you sell the idea to them. They embrace it. But when you come up with innovations or things on construction and people are not carried along, there you start having some resistance. So if we must future-proof the future, the next slide, please, then we must build with people and move on. Now, with the case of digital twins, virtual reality, and so on and so forth, now talks about where you can, in advance, design a city, picture that city, and look at what could be a problem in the future. Now, that's the concept behind the virtual thing. And Singapore as a country I've done a lot regarding that, where you test what you want to build before you build it. You save money, you don't waste money. But at the same time, you are ensuring that you are also building a city that you can be proud of. So we can also learn from that. The next slide. Now, Lagos, I tried to put Lagos side by side with Singapore. Lagos is a city. Singapore is also a city. What Singapore did and what Lagos could do or what Lagos could learn from it. Because of time, I might not go good about, definitely I'll give you my slides. Now, they came up with the digital twin concept. They moved it. Whether you are too rich, you are poor, you are this, you are carried along. But in the case of the Atlantic, of course, if you don't have billions, you can't even stay there. So what do we need to do as a city? We must think about even those informal settlements as we develop. It is very much important. That is what we need to learn from that. And we have to think about embracing those emerging technologies on how to help us, to build a future that we can all proud of. And besides that, predictive simulations, and so on, are these some of the things that side by side we can learn from Singapore. And of course, we must position Lagos to a living data system where we can embrace vertical construction. I'm trying to rush because of time. Now, while we talk about the future, it's also very much important, the next slide, please, that I don't personally subscribe to when we have a building, we take the building down, we do another one. We should build with the mindset that the building can be transformed from purpose A to purpose B. Not, for example, we have this hall now. If tomorrow, maybe in the next 10 years, and we say we don't need this hall for doing whatever we are doing now, we want to make it where we can stay as residential. We should not bring this down. That is the idea behind adaptive reuse or adaptive building designs, where you could transform a particular building, a particular structure to something else and minimize cost of demolition. Now you are saving costs, and beside that, you're also reducing your pollution. So we must turn yesterday's structures into tomorrow's sustainable solutions. We must transform it. Now there is this idea, the next slide, that if an 8-year boy or girl can stay in a house and an 80-year-old person can also stay in that house, that means anybody can stay there. So we have to think about that if we must embrace the future. The next slide, please. Now, what are the principles? Go to the principles of future-proof cities. I'm trying to close out. Now, the next slide. The next slide. The next one. Okay, sorry. Don't go. Now, I tried to explain something that the 80 to 80 rule says that if a space works for an 80-year-old person and also 80-year-old, it works for everyone. So by 2030, 1 in 6 will be over 60. Barrier-free, multi-generational design is no longer optional. We must embrace the future that, the next slide, we can all be proud of. The next one. Now, the summary of what I'm saying is tied in this 4 thing, that you must design with nature, you must think about green and blue infrastructure as a backbone of future-proofing the future. Then, not that as an afterthought. Then build with people for all income levels, not just those who can stay in Banana Island alone. If I can stay in Ikorodu, I can stay in Banana Island, all of us can stay. Let's develop a country, a city where everybody feels belong. That is the idea behind the presentation. Then we have to co-create, like plan with communities, especially with those at risk from climate change and so on. Then use technology wisely. Now, the next slide. What is required now is the will to act and the voices to demand it. Professional leadership today will determine when urban resilience are planned for generations to come. And the imperative is urgent. The opportunity is historical. Now, as we leave this room after this program, let's think this way: that infrastructure decision, the next one, okay, the infrastructure decisions we make today will shape urban livability, ecosystem health, and climate resilience for the next 50 or 100 years. Let's choose wisely, design boldly, and lead courageously. Now, I close out with this quote: we don't inherit the heads from ancestors, we borrow it from our children. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your keynote speech, sir. We really appreciate your knowledge and your presence at Cess Conference 7.0. Moving on to the next, I'll be calling on one of our own, in person of Sheun Ajayi. She's a final year student, as well as a software developer and a creative in the academic and civil engineering space. She will be our moderator for the first panel session of today. Please appreciate her as she comes on stage and introduce her panel session.
Good morning, everyone. I apologize for the loud screech. I feel like I lost a little hearing from that. Okay, how are we all doing? The energy in the hall is low. How are we all doing? Okay, we're here to introduce our panelists. We're taking a quick panel session on re-engineering the urban space, integrating smart and renewable solutions. For the sake of time, I'll just jump straight to it to introduce our panelists, and then we'll hit up the conversation from there. Are we having that up? Okay, while the media is loading, I'll just get straight to it. So our first panelist is someone that's pretty well known to us, Mr. Kehinde Ayobade. Good morning. Okay, I'll do a brief of his bio so you'd get familiar if you're not already. Mr. Kehinde is a trailblazing tech entrepreneur. He is revolutionizing the architecture, engineering, and construction industry, also known as the AEC. He has over 5 years of expertise spanning civil and structural engineering, BIM management, software development, and construction technology. His work embodies the fusion of innovation and impact. He's the founder of KS Digital Solutions, where he develops cutting-edge software solutions tailored to solve unique challenges in the AEC industry. He has global experience across Canada, the USA, Bulgaria, and Sweden. Nobody's clapping. Thank you. Okay. All right. Because if I had a bio like that, if we did not clap, I would feel somehow. Like, please. Anyway. All right. So his innovations built by his team at KS Digital Innovations to meet various software needs in construction exemplify his commitment to enhancing efficiency and redefining industry standards. He's also the founder of Contech Nigeria, an initiative and the first ever tech-focused event in Nigerian construction. I think everybody knows Contech. That's why you're now clapping, right? Okay, so through his visionary leadership, he's shaping a future where technology transforms the AEC landscape. And okay, nice. One innovation solution at a time, in his words. Please welcome with me to the stage, Mr. Kehinde Ayobade. All right, our next panelist is none other than engineer Adeboye Akonji Shoroye. He is the managing partner. Okay, go on, sir. He's the managing partner at BS Consulting Engineers, or BS or BAS. I'm not exactly sure if I. Okay. So he graduated from the University of Ado-Ekiti in 2005 with a first-class degree in civil engineering. During his university days, he represented the department in an inter-university quiz competition hosted by the OAU in 2005, where he won the first prize, proper first class, really. He also attended Baptist Boys High School in Abeokuta, and he joined the employment of Arab Nigeria, a foremost international multidisciplinary engineering firm, in February 2007. The same year, he received a Developing Solutions Scholarship from the University of Nottingham in the United Kingdom for his master's degree in structural engineering. So he joined Arab the first time, but in 2011 he rejoined as a principal engineer, and he rose to the position of business unit design manager before he left in 2017 to start his own consulting firm, Bass Consulting Engineers. So he was the only successful entrant in the Middle East and Africa business area, where he also served as the secretary of the 5-year strategic planning committee. And every year since 2021, he has taught steel structures at the Nigerian Institution of Structural Engineers. He was a resource person at the West African Gas Pipeline Company retreats held in Ghana in 2019, where he trained engineers from construction from countries along the Atlantic corridor on project management. So he was appointed as technical director of Jets Projects Limited, one of the leading indigenous piling works, subsoil investigations, and shoreline protection contractors in Nigeria. And he offers a wide range of engineering consulting services for clients such as Lafarge, Lagos State Government, among others. He has mentored a lot of younger engineers in Nigeria and in the diaspora, and today he's coming here to mentor us in some way as well. Please welcome to the stage, Engineer Adeboye. Thank you, sir. All right, our third panelist is Engineer Louis Lewis. He's a technical director at CFI Services, and indigenous subsea engineering company in Nigeria. Wait, sorry, let me take again. Engineer Louis M. Lewis, he is the technical director of CFI Services. Good. I think I'll start doing that. If you don't give me an energy, mic to you. Okay, so he joined CFI after serving as lead structural engineer and advisor for Point Engineering Limited from 2018 onward. And earlier in his career, he was a structural engineer with MSL Services Corporation, with Harima Marine Construction, and with Atlas Engineering Limited from 1999 to 2003. He earned his Bachelor of Engineering from the State University of New York Maritime College in 1983, supported by a scholarship from the Henry Kummerman Foundation in Paris from 1979 to 1983. He's a registered professional engineer in Nigeria and a former registered professional engineer in the state of Louisiana. He's a member of the American Society of Civil Engineers, the American Institute for Continuing Education and Training, and the SUNY Maritime Alumni Association. And he has been featured in the 4th edition of Who's Who in Science and Engineering. In recognition of his lifetime of achievement and leadership in the engineering profession, he was presented with the Albert Nelson Marquis Lifetime Achievement Award by Marquis Who's Who. Please welcome to the stage, Engineer M. Lewis. Welcome, sir. And then our final panelists, second-time guests this year, Sir Folajomi Ibrahim, CEO, Cogent Properties Limited. Sir Folajomi is the real estate egghead, quote unquote, that is his title on Instagram. He's the founder of Cogent Properties Limited, a property developer and one of Nigeria's most trusted voices in real estate and construction education. He has personally developed real estate projects, including City Apartments, Jamie Court, and Bilam Heights, which is under construction in Yaba, Lagos. Through the Sir Folajomi brand, he has trained thousands of Nigerians on how to safely build land and build without losing money to ignorance or fraud, guided by his principle, accountability over trust. His perspective is grounded in real projects and real outcomes, not theory, making him well suited to speak on real estate, construction, and projecting against property-related risk in Nigeria. He was our guest on Deep Dive a couple months ago, and I remember the last time when he was here, he said, I have been Sir Folajomi. So today we're seeing him on the next one. And please welcome to the stage our panelist, Sir Folajomi. All right, so while prep is going on, oh, thank you. So I'm going to start with a general question for all our panelists, and I'd love you all to listen in. Like I said earlier, the title of this topic is Integrating Smart and Renewable Solutions. If you're not familiar with what smart technologies really are, smart buildings and smart technologies in the construction space, I think you should definitely listen in because you're going to learn a whole lot here. Okay, so the first question is where everyone agrees that renewable energy should be a standard in Nigerian construction. Everyone is saying it. If you are not, there's no way you've been on social media, you not even hear someone at least say do solar or do they want the smart door or the smart something in their buildings anyway. And all right, so the question to our panelists goes thus. From your various perspectives, what is the biggest bottleneck in making renewable solutions a standard requirement in Nigerian urban construction, both renewable and smart solutions? So the mic can go around and we'll start with you, Safola Jami, so you can just tell us what the issues are in Nigerian construction space.
Biggest challenge. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. Good morning. Standing on existing protocol. Now, it's always going to be about economics, costs. I would say capex versus opex. If you want to adopt renewable energy, you have to put a lot of more money up front. And knowing that there is opportunity cost for that money, if you, maybe for example, you wanted to do maybe renewable energy worth maybe 100 million, whereas you have running cost of maybe 4 million naira per year or 4 million naira per month versus putting down 100 million up front for the same thing. Now, if you look at it, you'll be like, this will take me 5 years to recoup my cost. If I wanted to do 5, that means I'm looking for 500 million as opposed to 20 million naira per month. So it is quite a challenge. You have to look beyond the money a lot of times, which is quite challenging because, money is finite. You can do more things with money. As a developer, you would rather say, let me get on 3 projects, end in 36 months, and make much more money than putting all my money in one project, making the same amount at the end of 36 months. So one has to see beyond the economic constraints and see other advantages to it. And as somebody that puts in money to make money, we have to, the onus is on us to prove to whoever will buy from us at the end of the day that, see, beyond the price tag of this thing, it actually is more beneficial to you. I'll give an example. In our projects, we start offering inverters as standard with batteries, but that costs more money up front. Other people will be used to, let's just get a generator there and run it, and everybody sorts themselves out. So that is always going to be a challenge.
My opinion now? Well, besides what this engineer already said, I think another constraint is the present day technology outside of Nigeria and its cost to implement here. Because, outside, you guys look at millions of dollars, and because of the Nigerian currency, is at the level where anything is basically already in the millions. It gives you a shorthand in acquiring the best that there is around. Also, from my observation that I've been in Nigeria basically in and out since 2005, mostly in Port Harcourt, I can see that there isn't much emphasis in maintaining an infrastructure, probably because of funds. And so the education in getting the people involved in maintenance of industrial, whatever it is, solar or wind or whatever, maintaining a program of predictive maintenance would save money in the long run, and it will allow the services to work a lot better in that respect. I think these are big challenges. We'll address that, I think, in some other questions that you sent me personally. Thank you.
Okay. Again, my name is Boye Shuri, and now we are speaking about the bottlenecks that there are. I want to reiterate what the first speaker said by mentioning that most of the time we are carried away by the initial capital cost as against the life cycle cost of such investment. And I think this approach, needs to be reappraised. If you really want to address this issue, you need to look at things holistically. Currently, we're working on a combined 60 megawatts project in Sierra Leone, and I see the sort of investment put into this, and it tells you that it's not the entire infrastructure is not just going to serve today; it will serve beyond today, beyond tomorrow. It appears like it's huge, which of course it is, but then if you look at the alternatives, the foregone alternatives, you will realize that it is still um, a very sensible option. The other bit for me is there's always this gap between policy and implementation, and that's one of the reasons why you see in a state like Lagos, we would do better if smart infrastructures are incorporated from the policy point of view. Yeah, from the design stage. I mean, we shouldn't see smart intervention as an appendage to our designs. It should be part of what we do, and if we take that up, I believe we are all going to be better off. Thank you.
All right. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Kenny. And so and to answer that question, I'm going to approach it from this perspective. I think it's more of, just to contribute to what they've all said, it's more of the uncertainty that comes with not using technologies like that, like reusable technologies. And if you are to bring it home to what you can relate with, I don't like it when I'm not sure when NEPA brings light. You get? I go home, I have a deadline to get to, and I am not even sure if I'm going to meet it because NEPA might not bring light. See, every company wants to be sure of the kind of returns they have. They want predictable returns. Even banks, they want predictable risks. Even the government itself, whatever budget they put together, they try to make sure that what the outcomes are predictable. I want to be able to predict certain things that will happen. So if for example, now, when I got my solar at home, if you ask me if there's light, I don't know. You get, everybody wants that kind of thing, right? You don't want to suffer the issues that comes with NEPA lights, right? So uncertainty that comes with not adopting technologies like this is a major bottleneck. And so if you want to really make renewable technology a thing in Nigeria, I think we have to tackle the issue of adoption. I think we need to create an ecosystem whereby it's no longer it's no longer a cost experiment. You want to experiment it because of maybe this let's say it's going to cost me a huge overhead or something. But it should be a wise business decision. If we can create an ecosystem where adoption in businesses, in homes, in companies and whatever, if adoption can be resolved, I think renewable technology itself would no longer be a thing about cost and what have you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Kende. So I'll just, I think to all the panelists for answering that question. So while you're still with the mic, I'll just go to your next personal question. So if you're familiar with the work that KS Digital does, speaking on what he said about losing uncertainty and just trying to optimize, you find that that's primarily what KS Digital does. They're focused on software development, especially in the BIM sector and basically like building digital twins. So the question for you is now to just basically at this point we want to hear you talk more about your work. I love hearing about your work. And I think that everyone here will definitely hear a lot about it. So just want to talk about like the importance of digital twin technology and also like the biggest gaps that you've seen in I'll say in the implementation, in the adoption, like you mentioned, tailored to like the smart technologies that you said. So basically just talk to us a bit about how critical it is, how important it is, and any issues that you have faced in this.
Okay, thank you for that question. I'm going to say this. Digital twins, this technology already exists. The digital twin, when you talk about technologies associated with digital twins, like your beam, like renewable energy that was discussed just now, I personally believe that if we want to compete globally as a country and not just rely on foreign technology, we have to start looking at how to implement these things for ourselves. And so one of the major problems that we are trying to solve as a company is to take away that reliance on foreign technology. Why is that so? If you look at the cost of implementing some of these technologies that we use on a daily basis at companies, at our work, the typical, the ones that you know, the AutoCAD, the Revit, the cost is crazy. An average engineer cannot pay for it. If you look at the salaries that engineers earn, it's very hard for an average engineer to combine their entire 1 year's salary to pay for softwares like that. So now that begs the question of why can't we create for ourselves, you get? So if we want to really open up the need for technologies like this, we need to understand that there are local problems that we need to solve for ourselves. We need to understand that we need to start approaching things our own way. And that's because beyond cost, beyond the way technologies are built over there, which doesn't really align with the way we work, we also need to understand that there's a thing that comes with, there's this pride that comes with something that you build for yourself. You understand? There is this pride that comes with it. So understanding that digital twins is understand that digital twin is a technology that needs to be implemented on a local level is where all of this starts. So I'm going to just give you a short about what we are doing. At Cess Digital Innovations, we understood that one of the reasons why projects are being delayed, why projects are hard to deliver on time, is because of how much time we spend designing projects, how much time we spend putting documentation together on projects. And we said, okay, from my own background, which is civil engineering, having had a few experience on projects, a few years of experience on projects, I understood that there are certain gaps in the way we design, there are certain gaps in the way we deliver our projects. I felt, okay, if we can start closing that gaps with certain kinds of technology, as simple as generating your drawings, as simple as detailing your components, your structural components, it helps you to deliver projects faster. So we started building these technologies, simple technologies like plugins to AutoCAD, plugins to Revit. And then we discovered that, okay, not just solving these problems helps to deliver projects, it gives engineers the ability to actually do engineering properly. Engineering is not just about drawings. It comes with decision making, it comes with creativity. So once you help them buy time to do this aspect of engineering, which is the creative part, you see, we have better projects, we have better buildings, we have more intelligent buildings, we have more intelligent systems. So I think the major bottleneck with implementing smart city, digital twins and what have you, is basically solving local problems. If we can really pinpoint our local problems and start solving them, like I'm doing at my company, I think we'll start making good progress on that end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. All right, awesome. Now, this next question, before I throw the next question, I want to just ask the audience, how many of you can swim? Okay, I see just one hand. How many of you tried to swim in the past, say, a month or two? Okay, now, how many of you were forced to swim because of Lagos flood in the past month or two? Ah, there we go, everybody. Okay, now we're plenty. We're plenty. The rest of it is like you not go out. People work from home. The engineers work remotely now. Okay, so my next question is to Engineer Boye, and it's talking about the problem of flood that we have in Lagos. So I personally was forced to swim at least 6 times or maybe 7. This time, there was a time where water entered the car and we all had to take our shoes off. So we have a serious flooding problem in Lagos and I'll say in some other parts of Nigeria. And so the question is, since BAS Consulting, you have a lot of experience in, I'd say, in city planning and water resilience. And so we want to know, because we've had a lot of questions, especially even up in Twitter, people be like, oh, engineers, like, what are engineers doing about the flooding problem? There was one time that someone even quoted one tweet and they was like, well, we have civil engineering graduates. What's going on? Why is Lagos still flooded? And so now, since we are civil engineers in the room, maybe we can answer the question that what can we do about these drainage problems? Maybe do we need to redesign our drainages? Is there any new drainage problems? Or maybe not even just the drainages, maybe the geotechnical parts of it. What can we do about the flood problem? What are you doing in your company, and what are maybe like best practices that can maybe help us improve or redesign to solve this problem?
Thank you very much. That's a hydrated question. But I think when I walked in, I saw the presentation from the keynote speaker, I believe, and he mentioned a lot of very interesting points, which I've always told people in my immediate cycle that there are certain things that we need to do differently. There is no better time to talk about these other than now, because in the last 4 weeks, we all know what we have gone through in Lagos, commuting from one end to the other. And I like to mention that, see, I know government is trying, but and I see the amount that has been voted into flood control. But again, you can only measure the success of such interventions by hydraulic performance, by hydraulic performance of the infrastructures. And what I see here is that, which I think is the biggest issue we have, is that planning, lack of adequate planning has led us to where we are. And I'm not sure, and I stand to be corrected, that a city growing the size of Lagos, I mean, the infrastructures that we have today, I stand to be corrected, I'm not sure they were designed to cater to the population that we have now. And then we are really not helping ourselves too, because everywhere you go in town, you realize that there is a need to make quick gains. And that goes even into the real estate business. There was something you mentioned when you were talking about, okay, concreting everywhere. And then, these are things that we look at and we say to ourselves, must it be? Should we not allow for some greenery, some landscaping? Let's have some natural ways of dissipation, for flood control. You see, it takes a lot of political will, to get so many of these things done. If we really want that level of urban regeneration, then we all must be ready to pay the price. It's a big problem for us today because, about 2 Saturdays ago, we're called to come and see an estate around Awoyaya. So I drove, and I felt so comfortable driving my Toyota Tacoma, thinking I am insulated. So I took the coastal road and I followed the map. And at some point, the map said to me, "Oh, turn left." I turned left and I looked at the road. I was like, "Is there really a road here?" I looked at my vehicle. I was like, "Am I sure I want to take this risk?" And then, from that point, I saw a lot of vehicles from where I was, about a kilometer away. They were stuck right in the middle of the road. The level of the water was so high that, and it speaks a lot of things to me that, see, when we design, we should not design in isolation. And that's one of the biggest problems that we have. Oh, you design now, when we get there, we're going to cross it. Drainage issues are not issues you will solve when you get there. If you don't solve it from the outset, you are only postponing the day of evil, because it is going to come. You cannot run away from it. So really, for us to, I think, hello, yeah, hello, okay, it's fine. So we need, a lot of support from government to help us, as designers, as engineers, to put policies in place that would encourage flood control. Yeah, I think I'll drop this. Thank you. I mean, it should be something we look at holistically. And let me give you an example. I worked on a project some years back, and then the client was saying to me, "Oh, that whenever it rains, the water, the flood water from the road gets into their living space." And then when we had the conversation, I was made to realize that that wasn't the case when they moved into that area. But you see, over time, we had same government coming to do the road, not taking into cognizance that there is an existing level in everybody's property. Your ground level is at a certain, height. They come in, they build on what is existing. By the time they are gone, your sitting room is perhaps below the road level. Now you have no other option to start creating dams around your houses, because you can't afford the water getting into your space. And then you say to yourself, what alternative do you have? You move on to the unsustainable option of pumping, which would require energy to sustain. And then you begin to pump. After pumping for a while, where you're pumping into, the water is not really flowing anywhere. So at some point, the pump breaks down and it finds its way back into your house. So you see, this is the story of so many people in Lagos, and I feel we have to be intentional about it. We need to appraise our hydraulic structures. We need to ensure that they are future-proof. And being future-proof doesn't mean that there won't be issues, but we have to create some gateways for exceedance. When it exceeds that limit, water, should be redirected towards a different destination. And then in the way we build too, we need to be, it's not all about profit. If you ask me, it's about saving the environment. It's about saying, you know what, the environment comes first, and it is whatever is left that we are going to, allocate to development. But if we sit back and reappraise how we do these things, and we're not profit-driven all the time, I think we can still save whatever is left. It's a huge call. It's going to be difficult. Houses would have to be taken down. People would have to make ultimate sacrifices. Not by laying down their lives, but perhaps properties would have to go for us to, get back to where we are supposed to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very detailed response. I think that we have a lot more insights as to the problem with flooding now in Lagos, and maybe the things that we can do, or maybe the government or basically contractors, engineers can do in the future. So thank you so much. A round of applause once again, please. All right, so our next question is for you, Engineer Lewis. And for this question, I think we're taking into account the fact that we have multiple years of students here. This is the civil engineering conference, so we have people from the 100 level freshmen up to the finals here. And I would say that project management, you have decades of experience in project management to start with, and it's something that a lot of people need more insights into, want to know more of like what details, how project management to civil engineering is, and basically, especially like any challenges you faced in your career and basic lessons that you've learned that you think that we can apply to engineering in Nigeria and especially in Lagos construction space.
Well, I haven't been in Lagos permanently except since October of last year. Before that, I was in Port Harcourt. And we did many projects, mostly for MPN, which is now Seplat, and Shell and Chevron occasionally. Project management is always basically a game of meeting what the client expects and what you can give on time. Try to negotiate sometimes difficulties that appear on payment contracts, the milestones, and try to come back and forth to achieve a result that is expected as contracted, of course. It involves discussions with what can be achieved. Sometimes the project to save money is a fixed price, which is generally a problem because all projects that have a longevity of 2 or 3 years start at one price, but by the time you finish, you know that that price has gone up, either by inflation or by changes or whatever it is. So the management of change is an important thing to keep track of. You also need to keep track very well of all the documentation. You need to have a document control system that tracks documents and correspondence. But because the projects are generally fixed price, any change that happens has to be really very well justified by the client for the contractor to absorb it, or it has to be discussed and eventually get paid separately as a manager of change, incremental payment to the project. One thing that I notice in Nigeria, ever since I have been in, is the delay in payment. And not only that, a lot of the projects, for them to award you the payment, they expect some greased hands, as much as 20% of the value of the project. So if a small company is a contractor to do a big project like for MPM or Shell or so, the profit may not be much more than 20%. And so before you start, you're expected to already grease these people's hands so that you can get the project for yourself. And so it's, when it comes to that, is also very terrifying, so to speak, money. What are you working hard for? Just to keep busy or to make a little money to be able to pay salaries and have a living outside the job? So that is another management. I have an example of another one from the company that I was working with in Port Harcourt, which is Point Engineering, still around. And they got involved with a Lagos-based company that bought a very old drilling rig barge in Louisiana, in the United States. And they left it there. They took it to a shipyard locally to do upgrades, to install new equipment, like a new blowout preventer for the wells, some new overhead gantries to pick up heavier weights, and so forth, some extensions for emergency generators. But the receiving payment from this company was a problem, and is still a problem. They're still involved. I got someone else from Houston to help Point Engineering over there because they wanted to classify this barge with the Italian society called RINA, R-I-N-A. So they needed a lot of work in developing a whole new plate drawing for the barge hull itself, which does not exist. Most of the equipment on that barge does not exist anymore as far as the original drawings, construction drawings, that the drawings don't exist. So they developed all of this, and now we have been expecting payment, and I am just in the trail mail of that. I'm not directly connected with it, but because I brought some guy into this from Houston, I keep in the trail mail. And they've been waiting for some payment for almost 3 months now. No payment is coming. So this guy from Houston told the Point Engineering to tell the administration here, the owners of the barge, to either pay up, or he initiated now a lien against the barge with the United States Coast Guard. So if they don't pay, the barge is arrested, cannot leave the country. So this is some big changes, I mean, challenges that they are facing. And it just, probably because of the, as I mentioned earlier, the incremental cost of a project that goes way above what you estimated originally. And then you get to a point where, well, the money starts lacking and it becomes a problem. So that is, I think, my experience. My experience is not so much in civil engineering. It is in oil and gas, offshore, in the design of offshore platforms. Like I said, MPN, there's many around here in the Gulf of Guinea, more toward the Warri and Port Harcourt. There are, I think, about 300 offshore platforms in various depths of water. And that is where I come from. Now, mentioning also using smart technology, we already use a lot of computer software to design. We use the international standards, as I mentioned before on the first presentation here. Everything is done by international standards, either the American ones or the European ones. And so this is the technology that can help with project management, with engineering, with the development of projects. It's no longer the engineer does what he thinks is best, and then that moves forward. It generally passes through at least a third-party company that is hired to check the designs you have made and make comments and make sure that everything goes by international standards. Otherwise, insurance companies may not insure things that are not built like that. So yeah, that's my little contribution to you guys coming into the field. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Engineer Lewis. All right, so our final question before we take the audience Q&A is for Sir Folajomi. So I think building up on what Engineer Lewis mentioned, I think when he got to the part about Lagos, when they're asking they need to all somebody's pockets, I just covered my eyes because it's very common here in Nigeria. And so we have a lot of things that around your content where you talk about is that a lot of people, we are losing, in the construction space, we're losing proper maintenance check. There's so many red flags that you always flag around. And so I want to ask that, okay, since we're talking about smart building, before we can even reach smart building, how do you first ensure that the basics are correct? And I know that a lot of your content is centered around being able to spot to make sure that you're not defrauded or someone is not trying to lie to you. So we just want to know, in your experience, what the things that you do to make sure that the basics are followed. And then after the basics are followed, how do you convince people, say an investor, to actually invest in the smart building practices for their construction?
Okay, thank you very much. That's quite, it's basically storytelling. How do I mean? If I buy a plot of land, for example, for 100 million naira, and if I want to put a building that will be naturally ventilated properly, like some, maybe, for example, the bedroom is facing the east side, so that when the sun rises, it can hit the master bedroom. You know, you put the kitchen on the south side, you know, different things like that. You can probably put maybe a maximum of 1 unit in that space. If you say you want to push it very hard, you put 2 units. I hope you guys are following me. You put 2 units. Now, each building that you're putting there, each housing unit you're putting there is costing 50 million naira each of the land cost without the cost of construction. Now, if I want to sell those units. Yorubas will say, Alaye Makpo. You go shalaye wewe. Because you have to be explaining to the next person why your apartment is, for example, 40 million naira more than the next person. Whereas, if I wanted to do it the way it's affordable, or dancing to the tune of the people that want affordable housing, I cannot change the cost of land. What I can do is pack more units in that space. So now, instead of 1 unit or 2 units, I decided I want to put 10. Those 10 units now, the land cost on each unit is 10 million naira. If I wanted to be crazy, I put 20 units, although Lagos State will never give me approval for such. But you put 20 units, now the cost of land drops to 5 million. But now you've done that, thinking as a developer, you solved the problem. Housing is now cheaper. But you took away something and you did not put it back. And that is why I'll always fight for the need for construction professionals in your space. A mechanical engineer understands that, yes, natural ventilation has been taken away, but now we have to put it back mechanically. But what happens in the industry is that we take those things out and we don't put them back. And a lot of the reasons why we do that is because the demand side of things too do not ask. When, for example, you want to take a flight from here to Abuja, somebody might say, let's go for Airpeace. Airpeace is cheaper. Or we go for Max Air. No shade to any airline. But me, that I know I'm going for a business trip, and I know I cannot be late, I go for Ibom Air. Because they are more expensive, but they will leave you if you are late. They will go on time. So the selling point that might have not been clear initially when you were booking that flight is that these guys are never late. Not this one is more expensive, this one is cheaper. Same with a building. If you remove natural ventilation and you replace it with mechanical ventilation, for example, and the funny part again is the developer doesn't bear majority of the cost. It just shifts that cheap apartment from initial cost of being cheap and moves it to the client. Now they have to run diesel every day as long as that building exists. So where is the middle ground? You sit with your construction professionals, you talk with your architect. Okay, we want no direct radiation of the sun to hit their windows so that the rooms are not hot. That way you introduce a balcony, you introduce brise soleils, things that can block off the natural sun from hitting your window. Now, mechanical engineers also understand that there is it heat load? I can't remember the technical term for it, but the bigger your windows as well means the more your AC has to work if you have to put on the AC. Because the sun is hitting the glass and the wall that would have served as insulation is no more there. Except you are buying maybe premium double glazed windows where there's a vacuum in between that stops the transfer of heat and all that. I hope I'm not boring you guys. The point is, when you take away something, you have to put it back. And it has to be designed back in place. As he mentioned, you have to do it from the onset, not as an afterthought. Another thing civil engineers will definitely face is the bane of your fellow colleagues. You want to design maybe a car park at the lower level so that you can put much more livable space up there. That's the way the architect designed it anyways, because I'm in residential construction. Architects decide what happens, not the structural engineer. Structural engineer just follows through and works within the constraints that the architect provided. So now, because maybe, for example, they want to introduce 25 columns on a floor, on the first floor, all the way to the 5th floor. But on the ground floor, because of parking, they can only put maybe 12 columns, for example. Now, what does that mean? The columns on the ground floor will be doing much more work than the columns on the upper floors because they are basically maybe two or three in one columns. Now, when you get to the upper floor and you have to redistribute, that's more work on the transfer beams that are working. We are in engineering here now, you guys should understand. Aha. So now, because your transfer beams are, maybe your architect says the beams cannot be bigger. So find a way to make, the beams cannot be bigger. So find a way to reinforce those beams so well that they can do the work for their smaller size. The mechanical engineer say, hello, I have a pipe that wants to pass there. Then problem starts. Electrical says, if you don't give me a route here, we have to introduce a new duct that will carry all the cable trays and take them to maybe the topmost floor where the elevator machine room is or whatever. And then you start to dance all those type of dances. Now, while you as a structural engineer is doing your best, the civil engineer is doing your best, if the client doesn't pay for the other professionals to be seated, what will you do? You can't be the one that will pay the architect to come and sit down and deliberate or figure it out. There's also the advantage of the digital twin, where you can solve all these clashes and all these problems from the design stage before you get to site. But that's also an explanation you have to give the client, because sometimes they don't understand that, yes, we are putting forth maybe 50 million naira now so that we can save 300 million naira during construction. Same, which is back to the question that she asked. How do you convince people that this thing is better for them? You put a financial value to it. My apartment is 200 million, but our own is 150. But my own, you spend 4 million naira a year to run it. Their own, you spend 50 million naira. Then it begins to make sense to whoever is going to buy it that, see, it's not just cheap. Where you mentioned life cycle cost. It's not just cheap today, it's more expensive over the long term. So once we in the industry are able to put financial values to these things, it begins to make sense. Hope that answers the question. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think we've had, not even I think, I'm sure that we've had a lot of learnings from here. We've learned from the software end of points of view. We've learned from project management, from consulting, and also from the real estate development. So now I'll be throwing the questions to the audience. Do you have any questions? Just take a few. Any questions at all? Questions going in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so I guess we learned so much that we have no questions at all. So that's beautiful. Okay, so thank you once again to our panelists. A round of applause once again, please. All right, awesome. So that will be concluding the session, and I'll be calling on the host to take over, because I believe the next session will be awarding the panelists for this amazing session. Thank you so much. Sorry?
Thank you very much, Ms. Shion Ajayi, and thank you very much to our panelists. We really do appreciate your presence and the knowledge you've come here to share today. I'll be calling on the chairperson in person of Similoloa to present the awards to our panelists.
Thank you very much, our fellow panelists. Thank you, Sir Folajami. Thank you, Engineer Louise. Thank you, Engineer Diboye, and thank you, Mr. Kende. I hope we all learned a thing or two from our panel session. Please, can we give them a round of applause? Okay, so before I start, I want to call up someone very special to us in our department. I want to bring up our daddy, our staff advisor, Dr. Akintoye Oyelade, to come and help us present these awards.
Thank you, the panelists, for this wonderful presentation. So on behalf of the Cess, University of Lagos, we are presenting a sincere appreciation of your invaluable insight, time, and outstanding contribution to discuss future-proofing the urban fabric. We are presenting this. Safolai Jomi, the CEO of Cogent Property. Thank you very much. Now, the next award is to Engineer Deboye. Please, can you come forward, please? Yes, sure you. So this award in appreciation of your invaluable insight, time, and outstanding contribution to the discourse of today. Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. Thank you. The next award goes to Engineer Luis. I think you said you registered in Nigeria. You're registered over engineer. Okay. Okay. Engineer Luis for his presentation. Please, can you come forward, sir? Thank you very much. This is from Cess for this wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I would like to have a minute to introduce myself.
Okay. Once.
Because
Okay.
I haven't said exactly where I came from.
Okay. Then we'll have opportunity to do that. Let me just do the presentation. The last award to Engineer Ken Diayobade. Thank you for what you are doing. We really appreciate. So this award is for you for this wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. You say once we give it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I want to take a picture. So I want to quickly take a picture with the panelists, sir. Sorry, sir. I want to take a picture with everyone together. Yes, with the awards. With the awards. Yes, yes, with the awards. Thank you very much, sir, for Lajomi. Thank you, Engineer Adiboye Shore. Thank you, Mr. Kende Ayobade. So, quickly, we want to hear from one of our panelists, Engineer Luis M. Luis. He wants to give us a short talk. So please, I would like if we can pay attention to him. And if you have any questions for him as well, please go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, again. I realized I never even said my name when I started talking over here. So I want to talk a little bit about who I am and where I came from. My name is Luis Manuel Luis. I am an African like you. I was born and raised in Angola, in the capital, until independence. So my other language, my native language is Portuguese. But I am American citizen since 1983. So I graduated in New York City in 1983 from State University of New York. I spent many years working in America. Started with a big shipyard in Mississippi as a naval architect, which is actually my degree from university. Is a Bachelor of Engineering in Naval Architecture from New York City. And because we were coming as a sort of refugees in 1975, with another about 1 million people who left the former Portuguese possessions in Africa and went to Portugal and finished high school there. And then I wanted to come to America, My father, fortunately at that time, had a brother who already was in America, in the New York City area, and he brought us in 1978. And in the meantime, I was looking for a scholarship because we had no money to pay for university. And I wrote to the UNICEF from the village that I was living in Portugal when we came from Angola. And UNICEF, which is the United Nations Children Education Fund, they sent a little booklet and they highlighted in the various pages of this small booklet a foundation that had just opened in Paris to give scholarships to people who were interested in studying in the maritime field. So I wanted to be a naval architecture. I wrote to them immediately. And within about a month, this is before internet or all of that, that was snail mail through the post office. About a month later, they sent a letter saying that yes, they would support me when I got to America, try to find free money in forms of grants, and whatever else was due, they would pay. And this was the Henry Kummerman Foundation. So the owner was an engineer, I suppose, an older man, that owned a big company that did a ship cargo hold covers, and for those ships that have big ramps that lower the car carriers where the cars just drive in from the port to the ship. He had those companies. It was based in Sweden, the companies. And then later on, when I got married 4 years later, after 4 years at the Maritime College, I asked the man who came to my wedding with his wife why he gave me this scholarship, because I didn't have A grades. I had basically B's or C pluses. He said that my letter was the first one that arrived at his office once they opened the foundation. That's like winning the lottery. That was very, very lucky. Worth about $20,000 in 4 years. So at that time, back in 1979 to 1983. So I'm American. I have done my best to be a good American citizen. Also done my best here to help develop the local content development to many people around Lagos here that are now in higher executive positions. Started with me at Point Engineering back in 2005, 2006, 2007, and so on. So I am both. I also in America belong to the US Navy Reserve for 21 years. So I have almost 22 years, was 21 years and 9 months of military service. When I reached 50 in 2009, they sent me to Afghanistan for 1 year. I survived. We didn't have to kill anybody. But so I have had some adventures, and I think the ones I cherish is being in Nigeria, being the Oyibu in the office. So in the office in Point Engineering, I was Oyibu, and because I was born in Angola, yeah, Angolan in Portuguese is Angolano. So I was Oyibu Angolano in Nigeria. And I still sign myself like that many times. So if I was in Nigeria, I would be Nigeriano. So yeah, it's good. I'm Africano anyway, like you guys. So we're all brothers in some way. Although I'm a colonial product, I must admit. Thank you so much. Wish you the best. And be open-minded. Think out of the box. And don't be afraid after you all heard here of the potential problems and headaches. Only the timid might change careers, but the strong ones will stay as engineers. You will prevail. Good luck. Thank you.
Baby, right now, originally no be China, oh no be China. From today, I want the day where you did. Kilo base.
All right. Okay, so to want to present an award to Engineer Dr. Bola Mudashiru for his in grateful recognition of his outstanding support and partnership with the Civil Engineering Student Society. We want to thank Engineer Dr. Bola Mudashiru, who is the Deputy Chairman of FNIHTE Nigeria. And we would like to welcome Associate Professor Oyelade on stage to present the award. Thank you very much, sir.
Right now, baby, right now. Originally, no be China. Oh, no be China. From today, I want the day where you day. Kilo base.
Because he's a colleague, he's a doctor like me, understand that just I should say something. And he was about to leave when I said, I would have loved you to be present in the next program that we are going to have. But he said he has an appointment that he needs to go. So we really appreciate your coming and giving us this wonderful lecture. Thank you very much.
Baby, right now. Originally, no be China. Oh, no be China. From today, I want the day where you day. Kilo base. You want the moon, follow my sexy.
Also, in the spirit of recognizing, we also want to say a big thank you to our sponsor, CFI Services. So a round of applause for CFI Services. All right, we want to present this award of appreciation from the Civil Engineering Student Society to CFI Services in grateful recognition of their outstanding support and partnership with the Civil Engineering Student Society. So to receive this award on behalf of the entire CFI group, we'll be bringing on the team, the old team, definitely. So to head this, we have the CFI team with us. A round of applause as they come up on stage. Also, he's not here presently, but we want to say a very big thank you to Engineer Victor Ikem, which is the Managing Director of CFI Services, for his exceptional leadership and dedication and dedicated support to Cess Conference 7.0. So say a big thank you to CFI. And yeah, to present this award, we'll be calling up on our daddy, Associate Professor A.O. Oyelade.
This is a very wonderful presentation for so many reasons. I happen to be the staff advisor, and I make a confession here publicly in the sense that it's difficult for somebody like me to sign out money for them. Yes, and for this company to have assisted to support Cess, we really want to appreciate you very well, sir. Thank you very much. We really appreciate the support, and we are presenting this award to Engineer Victor Ikem again for the wonderful support he has given the Cess and for you and your company. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, who's taking the award? Again, you are taking this award for him again. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay.
All right, to break the ice up a little, we'll be having a game session, and we'll be calling up on Miss Oluwaseun Ajayi to moderate that session.
Good afternoon, guys. I see the problem. I'm always pointing the mic to the speaker, so that's the problem. All right, so we're going to play a little game of trivia. Who's excited? Okay. Little icebreaker. Now, the way that this is going to go is the first person to answer the question. This is speed trivia, right? Normally, I wanted to like write the question and I bring it up to me, but first person to answer the question. Now, multiple people might call the question at the same time, they answer at the same time, but I will take the audience's vote for whoever answered first. And the person with the most wins this round. Are we good? Now, few rules. There's actually only one rule. You cannot use your phone. If I caught you using your phone and answering the question, you're out. If somebody says that they saw you use your phone to answer the question, you're out. Are we good? Any other rules I'm missing? Do I need to include any other rule? No? Okay, so let's start easy. The first question. Question number 1. What is the standard unit? Who was first? I heard you this voice. Okay, now, I hope you answer the rest faster, just as fast. All right, so Jide has 1 point. Are we good? Please clap for Jide now. Now, next question. No, go back. Ah, you showed the answer. No, you showed the answer. You want to cheat. You never start. You're already cheating. All right, next question. Please, just one slide. All right, which bridge in Lagos is the longest in Nigeria and was formerly the longest in Africa? Sorry? Okay. So are they raising their hand? So first person that you see raising their hand. All right. So I had Third Milan Bridge. So that question has gone. Next question. All right. Question 4. In corporate meat design, what does WC stand for? I have somebody around there. Sorry? I'm not hearing. I actually heard that guy, the guy in the varsity jacket. You said what? Raise up. Oh yeah, so should we raise up and should we shout? Which one? So raise up your hand. Okay. But it goes to that guy. If you shout to get rowdy, sir. Sorry? Hey. Okay, don't worry, we're canceling the question. So right now, only because there's too much rumble. Only one person. Alright, this way. Raise up your hand. Ibrahim, the first person's hand that you see. Are we good? Alright. Next question. In the Natok phonetic alphabet, what word represents the letter E? Yeah, now shout now. Shout now. V. Raise up your hand. Echo. Okay, just to tell me, guys, that correct? How did you even know that? Did you? I see your phone. Did you? Okay. I'm watching you, Sha. All right, you got it right, Echo. Next question. The image is not displaying, but what's the common name for steel bars used in tension device in reinforced concrete? I saw her hand first. Okay. No, I saw her hand first. What's her? I saw her hand first.
Column.
Sorry?
Column.
Ah! You missed that question. Just to tell you, you've answered before.
Reinforcement.
You see me, you're calling.
Reinforcement.
Wrong. Next question. You've already answered. Relax. Next, you've answered. Oh yeah, now answer. Oh yeah, give Jesse to let's hear you say. What do you say?
Rebars.
Okay, so 1 point to Jesse to. That babe that said column. All right. Next question. What does CAD stand for? I saw you hand first.
Computer aided design.
Okay. So we have 1-1-1. All right, so 3 points. Correct. Next question. Official name for the newly built urban rail network in Lagos, featuring the blue and red lines.
Lagata or something.
Huh?
Lagata.
No, Lagata. Whose hand is that? I'm seeing her hand. What's the name now?
Lamanta.
Nope. I want the full name. And it's not even Lamata, it's correct. It's wrong, brother. What's the answer?
I'm not sure, but I think it's the Blue Line Project or Blue Line Transit Project.
Did you read the question? What's this?
Blue line project.
Do you think I would wait? So me, I'll ask you a question and I'll put the answer inside the question. As how now? You guys are wrong. So the question is going. Let's hear you, Sha. Last chance.
Lagos Rail Mass Transit. Lagos Rail Mass Transit.
Swear that you did not cheat. You got everybody see. Come on now. Come on. Chai. -1 is gone. Again, the rule was simple. Don't check your phones. He checked his phone. That was proper VAR. Wow. Okay. Next question. Question 9. What's the specific term for the process of determining the relative elevations of points on the Earth's surface? Your hand is up. Don't worry, say it, I can hear you. Hey, I'll be sprint too. What's the answer? Answer it.
Topography.
No. Her hand is up. What's your answer? Sorry.
Leveling.
Correct. Okay, so we have one person. Next question. What is this called?
Excavator.
Sorry. All right. Next question. What planet has the most recognized moons in the solar system? Yeah, now. Okay, your hand is up. No, it's not Jupiter.
Saturn.
Who said Saturn? Okay, correct. We have 1 point. All right, next. So there's a problem going on right now, right? Let me just note it. Okay. Which prominent free trade zone? Where is this? Which prominent free trade zone and deep sea port is located in Ibeju Lekki? I don't even see one hand. If you are whispering the answer, you're just anyway. I'm hearing a lot of whispers, but I'm not hearing the answer actually. Anybody? Hence, what's it?
Lekki Deep Sea Port.
Check their phones. Did they? Okay, now fair enough. One. How many questions have you answered? Just your first one. Okay, so before we go to the next question, he's correct, by the way. Please round of applause. So before we go to the next question, everybody has only gotten one answer. I remember, to win, you have to win everyone, and I'm not going to do tiebreaker. He got 2, just so us 2. Just so that cheated us 2.
No, it's not that cheated.
So 2 correct ones independently. Okay, fair enough. But we'll do -1 for that. So it's -1, so it's on 1. So you have to pass everyone. Somebody that has answered before will have to answer again. But if you are lucky, we still have 3 more questions. If you can answer 2, you win. Next question. What is the first law of thermodynamics? See that, Jide, your hand is up.
First law of thermodynamics, I'll give you by
I'll
give you by the equation now. Okay. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
Okay.
But can be transferred from one body to another. Sorry.
Clap for our 5.0 boy.
Changing Q is equal to.
So that means Jide has 2 answers now, right? 2 answers and lost. So Jide is our standing winner. Let's see if anybody win him. Second question. What's the name of this type of retaining wall? Year 5. To what? Geotech. Olamide, are you not doing geotechnics for your church? Olamide, are you not doing geotechnics? Year 5, you did foundation, you did geotechnics. What did you learn in Dr. Baji's class? What did you learn in Dr. Adedoku's class? Oh, yeah, now Dominic. What's the answer? Dominic, what's the answer? Let's hear you.
Anchor retaining walls.
Chai, no, wrong. Next person, another question. No, don't change the answer yet, so but anybody? Are we leaving it? Olamide, I believe in you. Geotech. TY, what's that? Geotech now. Over to me. I'm doing mechanics now. I'm not doing geotech. What's the answer? Uh-huh. What soil? What soil? What's geotechnics? So the, the answer is Gabion Wall. To be fair, me, I don't even know. Like I don't know. Right, finally, general knowledge. Now for this question, I'm just going to look around. First person to answer. No, not first person. Ah, should we do first person to answer? Because answer is a number. Next question. Are you ready? 3, 2. All right, we're done with trivia. So I guess Jide is the winner. Thank you guys for engaging. Enjoy the rest of Cess conference.
Please let's give our moderator and finalist students, Ms. Shehu Ajayi, a round of applause for the icebreaker session. All right, so moving to the next. Our sponsor, CFI, are setting up their booth. So if you have your CVs here and you'd like it to be reviewed, they will be helping you to review it in a bit. So start preparing your CVs. If it's a document, an image, start getting them ready, keep it within reach. And for our next agenda, or for the next on our agenda, I'll be calling on the president of. Let me introduce you very well. Please allow me to do my job. I'll be calling on the president of the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Atilade Joshua.
All right. So it's not something serious. We'd like to recognize some dignitaries with us today, and we'd like to recognize our ESCOs in person of the president of the University of Lagos Engineering Society, ULES, Mr. Olawale Ayola, and he's accompanied here with his General Secretary, King Sam. Yeah, thank you very much for honoring our event. We also have ESCOs from the Federal University of Abeokuta, that's FUNAB. Sorry, where? Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. So sorry about that. Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, FUNAB, here present with us. So please, can you all just rise up and say, all right, thank you very much for making it all the way here. I mean, see their lovely faces. Thank you so much for welcoming the Nicesa body. So here at Nicesa Unilag, we love you. We are so happy to have you guys here. So we look forward to a blissful partnership with you guys in the future. So yeah, thank you very much. And now we'll be going into the main reason why we are here today. We'll be starting the competitions phase of the conference. And which better person to anchor this session than the team lead for the competitions himself? This is somebody that his work rate speaks for him, right? Like he lets his work speak for him. In person of Mr. Ayodeji. A round of applause for him, please.
Hello, everyone. Just like the president has said, I was privileged to lead the competitions body for the Cess Conference 7.0. So what is this competitions about? We have problems in civil engineering problems, right? We have waste problems, we have infrastructure problems. Now, I was now like, how can we solve these problems? And we thought of research, going through the route of research. So we're like, okay, people have solved these problems before. So why don't we just use the solutions of people and adapt it to the problems that we are trying to solve? So doing it this way and considering the theme, which is titled Future-Proofing the Urban Fabric, it actually makes sense because if we can solve these problems, not just now, but also looking at the future, using research, then it means we are not only solving the problems, but we are training ourselves on research. So we have the finalists here. And once again, the competition was open to all engineering disciplines. It was open to all engineering disciplines. Over about 50 teams applied, and we shortlisted, we were able to shortlist 5 teams to come and present here. Now we'll be starting with their presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Team Stella up to the stage to come and present their work. And also, we have judges for this. I mean, it's a presentation, so we have somebody to score them. We have somebody to test whether it's their work. We have somebody to look for things that we're looking for according to the score sheet. So I believe that once you know how tedious research can be, you would listen to what these people have to offer. Just 5 minutes before.
Sarah, what we be. You want to the wine me for dear. Don't let nobody play with your confidence. Who are you to judge me like say you be only pass? I don't love my life, gonna be some mind that I try so hard. We all be sinners, my body, nobody only bad. And my happiness comes first, I never come like to stress, yeah. I be like 10 minutes later, I did deliver. I be like 10 minutes later, I did deliver. I pass it after. I be like 10 minutes later. Slay. slay. One and Sagaloma. It's a banger, you already know. Too many girls so for my fellow. Eleganza, pass it the cook. Amanda, done the show. Give me your high notes, one the cook. Amanda, done the show. Atlanta, here we go. Slay, 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 slay. On to the next. Oh my baby now, on to the next. She fuck with the best. Oh my baby girl, show that finesse. Oh my baby girl, show that finesse. Yeah, you sweet like sugar. I don't represent. I got this fine flavor. I do my bouquet. Everybody get out the way.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am so sorry for the break in transmission. We are about to start the competitions right now. But before we do that, we have to obviously announce some of our distinguished judges who will be helping us, get to the outcome of the presentations. So I am going to start with our first judge for today. His name is Engineer Tolu Adekola. Let's give him a round of applause. Engineer Tolu Adekola is a corporate member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and a fully registered chartered engineer with Corin. He is a passionate mentor, a champion of integrity and diligence, and a relentless advocate for raising the next generation of professionals to reach their highest potential. He earned his Bachelor of Technology in Civil Engineering from the prestigious Ladoke Akintola University of Technology and has since built a remarkable career spanning over 17 years of excellence. Throughout his journey, he has spent a decade honing his expertise with leading consulting firms before transitioning to executive leadership. His professional footprint is stamped across some of the most critical and complex engineering landmarks in the country, from the structural design and supervision of the Overland Airways hangar to the laying of the foundational engineering for one of the world's largest LPG storage tanks. His work stands as a testament to technical mastery, precision, and an uncompromising commitment to safety and quality. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Engineer Tolu Adekola. Our next judge, we already know who he is, Engineer Luis Manuel Luis, the Technical Director, CFI. He is going to be our second judge for today. Our third judge for today, once again, our dad, Associate Prof. Akintoye Oyelade. Associate Professor Akintoye Oyelade is a dedicated lecturer and researcher in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at the University of Lagos. His academic and professional pursuits are deeply rooted in understanding and improving structural resilience through advanced engineering mechanics. Through his extensive research, which includes highly cited experimental studies on nonlinear oscillators and the thermal loading of structural components, he contributes valuable theoretical and practical insights into the development of safer, more adaptive infrastructure. As both an educator and a forward-thinking structural researcher, he is committed to advancing the engineering frameworks necessary for modern urban environments against complex physical challenges. Once again, Associate Professor A.O. Oyelade. Sorry, sir. I want to come and sit down here, sir. And finally, our final judge for today is none other than Engineer E. Popola from BAS Consulting. Sorry, sir. We also want you to join us here on the judges table. So our judges are here on the judges table right now, and I believe they all have their score sheets with them. So now we can go into the competitions properly. So you guys should sit back, relax, and you're going to learn a thing or two from the competitions. I was actually part of the, the judges which we're able to shortlist these people. And I promise you, what you're about to see is going to blow your mind. Thank you. Now, let's give it up for Team Stella once again. Let's give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. So, good afternoon, judges. My name is Greatness Durusharo, and this is Alima Enifeni. And we are from the University of Ibadan. Now, thank you so much. So, imagine a road that absorbs water immediately it rains, a road that stays dry even in the event of heavy rainfall. This is the problem that Team Stella came up with to make sure that roads are dry even in the event of heavy rainfall. So we'll be taking you through our adaptation to a porous pavement. Thank you.
Standing on the existing protocol at the Ojo interchange in Ibadan, one of southwestern Nigerian passage corridors, which has it's a very busy place, and our site assessment revealed that there were consistent and persistent water pooling. Basically, it means surface. It means when there is like standing water on the surface of a road, and this is basically um, something that was caused by stormwater, ineffective stormwater management. So basically, when there's standing water on the road, it accelerates rotting, it causes accidents, and it does a lot of damage to the existing road. So then there are next slide, please. So there are countries that have already solved these problems and they adopted the use of porous asphalt. For example, Netherlands have been doing this for about 40 years since 1980s, and they used ZOAB, which is zero open asphalt beton. So it's basically a porous asphalt road which drains water into the ground instead of going to the drainage provided for the road. Then Germany uses it on heavy traffic motorways. Japan combines it with polymer modified bitumen. Then the USA adopted it into LID for stormwater and under drainage water, basically. The next slide, please. So these countries, they do not have the same conditions as Nigeria. For example, they have temperate climates, we have hot climates, we have hot temperatures, and our pavement heats up to about 60 degrees Celsius in a very sunny and very hot temperature. They don't have harmattan dust that blocks the pores that is contained in the porous asphalt. Then they do not have, for example, we have drainages that are clogged with um they are clogged with they're basically clogged with solid waste materials that don't allow water to flow. They have regulated axle load for vehicles, unlike us that have overly loaded freight carrying different things. So they are part of things that damages the road. Next slide, please. So basically, we now came up with a way to adapt their solution. So we're not changing the fundamental concept of porous asphalt. We're adapting it to our own conditions to be able to solve our own problems. So about some of the conditions that we are looking to solve is um, the temperature. So we're using polymer modified bitumen to so basically, what porous asphalt means is that instead of normal asphalt with every component, there are interconnected air voids in the porous asphalt that allows water to drain into the soil. it allows water to drain into every layer of the soil, every layer of the road structure into the soil. So, and in cases where there are heavy rainfalls, so it works in two ways. Alongside with draining into the soil, it also there's a there's a perforated pipe in the new structure. So the perforated pipe allows it to drain into the soil and also towards the drainage into the drainage basins beside the roots. Then another thing we um so for heavy vehicles, the the road has the new road structure has an open graded stone reservoir. So basically they are very large stones, very large stones that will increase the structural capacity of the road. And I think I'll allow my group member.
All right, thank you
3 minutes
so much.
left.
Mm. Wow.
3.
So, okay, thank you. So I'll just be taking you through the way our model works. So through our research, we found out that the countries that have adapted this solution mainly use it for light duty pavements, like your car parks, your residential pavements, and walkways. So because we used Ojo interchange, and Ojo interchange is a place where heavy vehicles ply, we actually proposed two solutions. So the first one is for low traffic, for the low traffic framework. So these are just for walkways and roads that don't carry heavy vehicles. So it's just um, the same structural system that carries our normal pavement. So we start from the subgrade, that where we compact the soil. Then after the subgrade, we add a geotextile filter that filters the water that is going into the soil. So for this framework, the water goes directly into the soil to recharge groundwater for walkways. So we have pipes in case of heavy rainfall, that once the water is too much at that part, it transfers the water to the already available drainage that is there. Then we have the reservoir that has highly big stones, or what we call aggregate, big aggregate, sorry. And we have the base course, and then the porous asphalt. Now, for heavy duty roads, because most of our research, when we searched for heavy duty roads, most of the papers written on heavy duty roads were paid for. That was around $105, and we couldn't like afford it. So we actually came up with our own solution for heavy duty roads. So the thing is, for heavy duty roads, water cannot penetrate into the subgrade. Why? Because Ojo interchange type of soil is clay, and when water penetrates into clay, that's the subgrade, it swells up, making the structural system that is even carrying the load to fail. So we could not allow water to get into the subgrade, and this is what we did. After the subgrade, we have the sub base. Now, after the sub base, we have the base course. Now, what we thought of is that, what if we use a concrete pavement? Now, the concrete pavement won't allow, will seal the road from starting, like it will seal the road. So water will not be able to get into it. That's at that part. Then, on top of the concrete pavement, we introduced a porous asphalt.
1 minute left.
Yeah, a polymer modified bitumen, or a polymer modified bitumen. So how it works is that water goes into the porous asphalt, stops at the concrete pavement, and removes water, like the water goes straight into the drainage. This just remove water from the surface of the soil, making the road surface. It removes water from the road surface, making the road, like, we are future proofing the pavement. So next slide. Okay, so this is just the engineering performance improvement. So I'll just talk a bit on the polymer modified bitumen. So in other countries, because of the cold temperate region, they use what we call elastomers. Now, elastomers are just to make the bitumen stronger. But now, in hot temperate regions, elastomers cannot really work. So we use what we call plastomers. Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause. They came all the way from University of Ibadan to come and present here. Yeah. So the next team we having, or we have questions. Our judges have questions.
Thank you for the wonderful presentations that you have made. Let me see the two models that you have. Yes. Now, for this first model, look at where the pipe is. But at this point, you are assuming that the drains is without water. Because I'm expecting that where the pipe is, can you see where the pipe is? You are putting the water inside the drains at that particular level. But remember, that drains will be filled. There will be water in that drains already. You understand? If it's raining. So is it not possible that they are not going to have backflow in such a way that actually water will never come here? Because at that point in time, water has reached that pipe level already. What do they want to do with that? Do you understand the question?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay. So okay. So basically, we did not come up with a full answer for that, but something to work with is that in this scenario now, the main the main should I say, basically the water is flowing into the groundwater to recharge it. So it only flows into the drains for an heavy rainfall, like when there is a very heavy rainfall. But basically it is recharging groundwater. The sand below it is an uncompacted sand. Basically.
Let's give Team Stella another round of applause. Um, so quickly before we go to the next participants, I want to quickly announce that I know we announced earlier that CFI is doing a CV review. So if you have your CVs and you want them to help you review it, they are going to be outside at the booth outside. So just take your CV, either soft copy, hard copy, anything. Talk to them, ask questions. They are going to be outside for you. So thank you very much. Let's give you a round of applause for Team Stella and CFI once again. Okay, so another round of applause for CFI services. Louder. It's not loud enough. Thank you very, very much. So next is Team Stormwater Engineers. Let's give them a round of applause.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. All right. Sorry. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, our esteemed judges. Good afternoon, our lecturers, and good afternoon, our fellow students. Okay. Before I begin, I want everybody to take a look at this picture. What do you see, or what do you think the problem here is? Anyone here? Okay, I know some of you might be thinking that this is like a stagnant water. Some might be thinking that this might cause due to flooding, lack of proper maintenance. Some might even be thinking that this place has a lot of drainage issues in general. But what if I told you that all your answers are all correct? This is Indomie Bridge at the Faculty of Engineering, at the back of Faculty of Engineering, University of Lagos. So before the end of this presentation, we're going to show you how we can we're going to show you how we're going to solve a recurring problem by using sustainable engineering solutions. Okay, the next slide. So Indomie Bridge is not only, Indomie Bridge is not only a, it's more of a, it's not only a, hold on, okay. Enemy Bridge is not only a big Lagos-wide. This is not it's not an isolated case, but it's a Lagos-wide pattern. You can see from these pictures here that this happens all over Lagos. So before I continue, I want you to give you a wider context in this. So according, you can see this, like 106.6 billion naira is spent on Lagos drainage infrastructures from 2025 to the first quarter of 2026. And over 12% of Lagos land area sits on high flood risk zones. So you can see that it's not only caused by rainfall. Things like proper maintenance, things like drainage systems are also considered in ensuring that flooding and drainage issues happens in Lagos State. So can you go to the next slide, please? So during our research work, we took photos before and after a rainfall event. You can see before a rainfall event, and this other photo is after a rainfall event. And after the rainfall event, you can see that there's some stagnant water, and this can lead to mosquito breeding and endanger public health. And we found out that due to some various causes, we call it the root cause analysis. The first one is no routine maintenance. We found out there was no routine maintenance taken in the place. That vegetation and sediment build up unchecked over time. The second one, we found out the reduced channel capacity, that the surface runoff water from heavy rainfall the drainage system is not adequate to contain the surface water that enters. That the silted overgrown channel can no longer convey design storm flow. The third one, we found out that waste compounds the blockage. That dump refuse chokes the remaining flow part at the covelet entry. While the fourth one is flooding and stagnation. Water backs up and floods the surrounding area and stands stagnant. Next slide. So we came up with two major solutions. We call it the Tier 1 solution and the Tier 2 solution. The Tier 1 solution is more of a temporary solution, like more of an immediate intervention to prevent further damage. And these measures ensure partial flow immediately and protect public health while the permanent redesign is implemented. Okay, and this solution, the first one is vegetation removal. That removal, I saw it from the first slide. You saw that there was a lot of vegetation that blocks the drainage system there. So this is clearing overgrowth from the channel to restore free flow and across for maintenance. The second one is desilting. That's removing accumulated silt that's accumulated that blocks drainage flow. The third one is waste management. Waste management includes like ensuring periodic waste programs that remove waste that clogs up these drainage systems. While the other one is protective screen. That's putting trash screens that block it. So over to you, Malik.
Thank you, Tolu. The next slide. We are going to be talking about the two important solutions, which is the Tier 2 solution. Solution 1, which is the site fabricated concrete trench and underground pipe to lagoon. It is a reinforced concrete drainage system designed to restore hydraulic capacity. Looking at this picture here, we can see that this is a short trench concrete drainage system, which there's a flow of water which is passing through the manhole chamber directly into the underground pipe, which is later discarded into the lagoon basin. So the key features of this site fabricated concrete trench and pipe connection are the concrete trench, the underground pipe, the headwall protection, and the routine maintenance. We have possible challenges of this solution 1. The possible challenges are the higher cost, longer construction period, vegetation regrowth, and waste accumulation. Next slide. Solution 2. Solution 2 is the modular prefabricated trench drainage discharging to the lagoon basin. It is efficient, sustainable, and low maintenance drainage solution. What it is a modular prefabricated trench drainage installed underground along the channel route, interlocking polymer or concrete units with a slotted grate elimination vegetation, growth, and litter ingress at the source. Flow discharges directly into the lagoon basin through a debit mesh outflow. So this modular prefabricated trench drain is used in the US, Japan, and Germany. Key advantages of this solution 2 are the modular construction, which is it has faster installation, easy maintenance,
3 minutes left,
improved performance, and long-term sustainability. This is the comparison between solution 1 and solution 2, which is the concrete trench pipe and the what modular trench drain. You can see that solution 2 has more points than the solution 1. The only difference between them is the what upfront affordability. It is easily affordable for solution 1 compared to what solution 2. So why Unilag should adopt this? Higher upfront cost but far lower maintenance burden. The right choice for a campus with limited upkeep resources and a recurring flood problem. It can finally stop paying for every year. Next slide, please. Why solution 2 is more sustainable choice? It addresses the root cause, not the symptoms. Like my guy said in solution slide 2, it's lower cost over time. It's built to standard, built to last. Protect people and environment permanently. Next slide. Conclusion. It is a design fixed, not a temporary one. The flooding at Indomie Bridge is not random. It is the predictable result of an under-maintained, undersized drainage corridor, paired together, Tier 1 and Tier 2 interventions, clears today's blockage and remove the condition that caused it, giving Unilag a drainage corridor. This design fix, it reduced the flooding, improved health and safety, environmental protection, sustainable cost, effective delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask, in the course of your research, did you relate the invert level of your solution to where you are discharging into? Would there be no backflow of water, which is still result into the problem you are trying to solve? Do you understand my question?
So you're saying that there might be, is it possible that there is backflow of water, which should like later clog the area?
Because you are discharging into the lagoon.
Yes.
So did you consider the invert level?
Yes, sir, we did. And the solution that we came up with, I don't know if he described it when he was looking at the schematic, but what we did is that we added a mesh. So as it is flowing towards the lagoon, there is actually a mesh that filters sediments, and it's actually an inclined area. If you go to the pictures that we took, there is an incline. And so it is unlikely that water would flow back to the Indomie Bridge area, sir.
Okay, I don't know the Indomie Beach area, but the mesh does not stop backflow of water. It only stops the debris from going into the lagoon. So how do you stop water coming back into your premises?
Water from what?
Backflow of water from the lagoon back to the area you are trying to drive.
So, okay, you're talking about the backflow. Okay, the backflow.
Because oftentimes in Lagos,
Yes, sir.
the problem only is not draining water. Where you are draining into is also a problem.
So, at the discharge, we are going to be making use of head wall, rip apron. So, and the mesh screen, which is going to be stopping the flow of water to be coming back.
Let me help you later on. You can think towards it later on. The level that will have that water, when you go to lagoon, is deeper. So you need to dig. We may get up to 2 meters at lagoon before you can discharge water from that place. From that Indomie Bridge. If you want to discharge to lagoon,
Yes,
you have to dig to about 2 or 3 meters before you can get that level for you to discharge. And when you get to that 3 meters at lagoons, the possibility that eventually you are not solving any problem. The water in the lagoon will flood the University of Lagos. The water from the lagoon will flood everywhere. That is the major issue. So there can be solutions to it. Go and think about that.
Well done, guys, because what you are trying to do, I have a site that has this problem. If you go to Osborne Forshore Phase 1, what you are describing is what you are trying to do. But unfortunately, water from the 5 Calorie Lagoon flows back into their premises and they pump it endlessly. If you go there now, you will see it.
So the issue is that you can help us. There can still be solutions to it. We don't know. You are Gen Z. Help us out. Help us. So I still believe that there can still be a way out of it. It's problem we are having. You are identifying a very good problem for us at the University of Lagos. We are seeking for that solution. And I believe the solution can come from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Team Next Nova to the stage.
Good day, everyone, our distinguished judges, our invited guests, and my fellow students. We are Team Next Nova. My name is Obiajulum Stephanie Undubisi, and with me here are Olajide Komolafe and Mistura Abdurrahim. Sorry. I'm sure that at least 90% of us seated in this room have experienced this. You're going somewhere, you're going for your classes, you're going for an event, you're going back home after a long, stressful day. But rain begins to fall, and then you say, okay, let me just wait for the rain to subside. But it increases. A few minutes after, you see that everywhere is flooded. The ground is covered in water. Those stones we're looking at to step on, they've also been covered in water. And then you see vehicles are slowing down, the water is approaching doorsteps, everywhere is muddy and messy. So you have one or two options. Either you swim in the mud, let your trousers or your shoes get soaked in water, or you wait for a good Samaritan to help you out. This is how Lagos State is. It's the reality. We know that Lagos State is congested, but it also has a very bad flooding problem. My team witnessed this about a month ago at EYR, that is Unilag Second Gate. We were there. We observed that when rain fell, as expected, the area was flooded and there was water. But even after the rain subsided, there was still water. So it's not even a matter of heavy rainfall. It's the fact that there is no way for the water to go to. And this problem has been termed by the Lagos State as tidal lock. This is exactly what my team has come up with a solution for. Please, the next slide. Okay, so before we started for the Iwaya Akoka Road, we had other sites. We had the Unilag Indomie Bridge and we had the Mushin Road. Unilag Indomie Bridge is just around that science area, but we didn't go for Unilag Indomie Bridge because it doesn't really affect as many people as the Iwaya Road. And as for the Mushin area, it had a different problem. It was mostly caused by surface runoff. The drainage was okay, but it just couldn't accommodate the flood water. But for this Iwaya Road now, it had everything. It's at the center of businesses, of markets, of school, everything. And it also has been termed, according to the Lagos State Commissioner, this is a flooding priority. Please, the next slide. Okay, so what exactly is this problem we're talking about? On a normal day, a drainage is designed so that it can be sloped, so that water can be carried into the lagoon because of the gravity. But in the case where you have your water level in the lagoon higher than that in the drainage, water flows back into the drainage and straight in arrows. That's why we see flooded areas. We're taught this in hydraulics, and my CG 322 kids in the room can relate. So back to the problem. So this is the problem we're trying to solve. So we have to think hard. Has anyone ever faced this problem before? And more importantly, how were they able to fix it? Please, the next slide. We studied 5 successful flooding management systems across the world, and we learned their engineering principles, and we applied them to solve the EYR road. We have the hydraulic isolation of the Dutch polder system from Netherlands, backflow prevention from the Thames barrier in the UK, sensor triggered pumping from the Copenhagen, cloudburst plan. We have the temporary detention from Tokyo GCANS and the real-time IoT monitoring. I will hand it over to Jide here to explain more about our solution.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so our solution is based on 5 integrated layers. We are going through the hydraulic cell, the AGP flap gate, that's the high density polyethylene flap gate, then solar pump system, then a geocellular storage device, then an IoT for communication. Now let's run through the architecture. Now when rain falls, it is the flooding is supposed to go from the canal to the lagoon. But reverse is the case, and that's why there's flooding. Now it goes from the lagoon to the canal. Why? Let's look at that. So now, when it is going from the lagoon to the canal, it is coming to our streets and it is flooding our streets. So our solution is based on putting a demarcation. What can we just use to block this flow back to our streets? That's why we are proposing, because there will be a backflow definitely. That's why we're proposing this device here, and this is the flap gate. The flap gate is made of high density polyethylene, and we'll be putting it between the boundary of the canal and the lagoon. So when there is rainfall, there is pressure from the lagoon, and it pushes the backflow from the water, shuts the flap gate, and it closes it. It locks the interface between the canal and the lagoon. So at that point, there is no flow, there is equilibrium. But you might be wondering, I think the canal, you're not doing any good. There's still water coming to our streets. So this is what we are doing. We are proposing a solar powered sensor system. That's an ultrasonic sensor system. Now, this is how it is. It is placed above the water. When there is rain, it detects that, oh, okay, there is vibration. It works by vibration. That's why it's called the ultrasonic system. It works by the vibration of the water. Then it picks that vibration, does the calculation, sends it to the PLC system. That's the programmable logic controller. The programmable logic controller controls, it compiles and it sends signals. When it notices that there is a tidal lock, it sends signals and instructions to the axial pump, and also at the same time to the IoT. So let's work at how it will send the signal to the axial pump. Once it sends the signal to the axial pump, remember that we have shut this guy. We have shut the flap gate. It is shut. So there is no water between the boundaries. So the axial pump is pumping the water over the boundary of the canal to the lagoon. At this point, the axial pump is powerful enough to pump good amounts of water out of the canal from the canal to the lagoon. So it passes it out to the lagoon and reduces the temperature, reduces the water level. So sometimes the water might be too high. That's why we're proposing a geocellular storage, which accounts for a minimal amount of water. So geocellular storage stores a temporary amount of water. While this operation is going on, when there is a minimal level, when it has gone to a maximum level, this geocellular storage pushes it back through the outlet, back to the canal. Canal continues the operation, and of course, that is how it continues in a circle. Now, the IoT system is there to send messages and alerts to security personnel and also members of the community. Okay, there's flooding already in the wire. How do you get it? Through SMS. So we connect the IoT through the
implement this smart system or after? Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Please appreciate them. Fantastic idea.
Thank you, sir.
But in a terrain like Nigeria, like in my village, how possible is it to adopt this, number one? Then number two, when you picture the lagoon or the water body where you intend to discharge to, and you are narrowing the collection of your water to a certain size of your drainage or whatever is it you are using in collecting it. How do you handle? It is possible that your flap gate can be closed. What happens when the water body rises above whatever it is you are using in sending water to it? If you understand what I mean. The water body is the size of this all. Whatever you are using, from where you are pumping into, can't be as big as the water body, right? It will be at a certain level. When your water rises above, what happens?
Okay, you're asking what happens when the water accumulates in the canal, right?
Yes, from where you are
Yeah.
discharging into.
Okay, so
How do you stop it from coming back to where you are taking the water out from?
other than the active way of fighting this flooding, which is the floodgate, we have our pumping system and we have our geocellular storage. So the pumping system just works based on, okay, now we've blocked water outside. What about the one that is inside? So it pumps it over the barrier into the lagoon. And for this extra storage, if it's already too much, it can just be drained into that storage by the side of the canal. So the water is not exactly the flood water at that point in time for the rainfall is being reduced. It's no longer going to be accumulated as it would without the pumping system or without the external storage.
How do you quantify storm water you intend to store? The storm water, because that's what you are dealing with. Whatever storage you are providing, how big is it?
Based on our research, according to like the rainfall per year in Lagos State around this area, it's about I think 1,716 millimeter per year or something. But based on that and based on our calculations, we need something like a 95 meter cube cellular storage to handle the water for that short period of rainfall. Rainfall will not fall. Rain won't fall like continuously, like for every time, like throughout for hours. But for that short peak rainfall periods, the cellular storage would work for to accommodate the storm water and the pump to help.
Please appreciate them. You still have to refine what you are proposing. There's still a lot of loopholes. I don't want to discourage you with further questions, but you have to really work around it. Appreciate them once again.
Sorry, I wanted to make one question also, and for me to understand. First of all, the lagoon that you're mentioning is the large bay area that washes on our peninsula here, and where the third mainland bridge crosses. That whole area is what you call the lagoon, right? So it's connected to the Atlantic Ocean. So there is tides. Sometimes there is a astronomically high tide, for example. In that case, what do you do? And in the next 50 years, they predict a sea level rise. The lagoon is connected to the sea. That's going to be another major headache. So I just wanted to bring that up to kind of make you aware of additional big problems coming. And maybe you can think of some solution.
Of
Thank
course.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Reinforce nexus.
Good day, everyone. Good day, Mr. Chairman, my esteemed judges, fellow students, and everyone present here. I greet everyone. My name is Ajogbeje Anolua, and I'm a member of the Reinforced Nexus. Let me calm down. So picture this, guys. Picture this. You are going to the biggest market in Lagos Island. But you get there and everywhere is what? Flooded. The walkways, water. The drainages are what? Are clogged. Let's even forget about you. What if you were a seller? You were a market person. You think that you're going to get about your day, right? But what do you find there, guys? You are wondering if your goods are what? Are saved. That is why my team and I, in order to better understand this project, we went ahead to Jankara Market at Lagos Island. Sorry about that. We went to Jankara Market and we were able to detect the causes and the possible impact of flooding in that region. Number one cause is the blocked drainages. Water restricts what? What? Waste restricts what? Stormwater flow. Another thing is the what? The improper waste disposal. We as Nigerians, we have an habit of disposing waste improperly. Another problem or another cause is what? Heavy rainfall. Lastly, one of the major causes that we also understand was what? Poor drainage maintenance. So all these things have lasting impact. And the number one impact it has is what? With the environment and our what? Our public health. We all know that stagnant water does what? Breeds what? Mosquitoes. And mosquito causes what? Mosquito causes what? Malaria. So that is why as a team, we've developed sustainable engineering solutions to these problems. I will welcome my team member to go forward.
So, good day, my audience. My name is Hamzat Majid. I'm also a member of Reinforced Nexus. So after analyzing the causes of the problem, so we came about and we are proposing an integrated engineering solution of two components. So we are incorporating the subsurface drainage system with a permeable pavement. Next slide. So what is a permeable pavement? A permeable pavement is just a type of pavement that allows a controlled percolation and infiltration of water into its layers. So where it's like store it temporarily before discharging it, or even it helps to like recharge the groundwater, or if you don't want it to recharge, it depends on the purpose you want it to serve. There might be an under-drain pipe that like channel it into a canal from the surface. The advantage of a permeable pavement is just to like reduce or relieve the pressure that is the pressure of water that is supposed to go to the drainage. You just want to like eliminate or temporarily eliminate the surface runoff instead of having a runoff and flood on the road. So it will just percolate through the layer. So let me take us through the layers of the permeable pavement. From the subgrade, there will be like a geotextile layer on the subgrade to avoid the sand aggregates from moving up to the coarse. We have a coarse aggregate immediately after the geotextile layer. That will be about 70 mm and 450 mm thick. Then after the coarse aggregate, there's another layer of coarse aggregate in order to maintain the load-bearing capacity of the pavement. You know, when you say pavement and water can percolate through a pavement, it feels like it is unstable. But it is intentional, like we design it to intentionally allow the percolation of water into it. So we need to like design it in a way that it doesn't fail. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So the pavement, after the third layer, then there's now like a layer of, it's not a fine aggregate, a coarse aggregate of like 10 to 7 mm size, and the thickness is about 150 mm before a bedding layer, which like it is properly compacted, so it can receive the permeable pavement. The pavement is at the top, is the top layer. It could be a permeable asphalt, a pervious concrete, or interlocking, but it will be permeable. So once we can use that, the water percolates through the soil, then it can be channeled to a retention pond, and the water can still be reused for another purpose, maybe municipal purpose, or even the Lagos State Water Corporation could use it, and fire services as well. So we go to the second part. I said is an eco flow, and my colleague there will run us through.
Thank you, Majid. Good day, everyone. My name is Yusuf Mohammed. I am also a member of the Reinforced Nexus team. So I came up with an idea. It is the eco flow drainage filter. Instead of waiting for flooding to occur, why not prevent it? It's like a preventive measure. And from our site we went to at Jankara, we saw that there was an ongoing construction done by Julius Berger engineers. Those drainage, the collector drain, the width was very large and it was blocked. It seems it's on the third slide. The width was up to 3 meters and the depth was very big, but it was blocked.
3 minutes left.
So I saw that they implemented a filter system or mechanism that they put guard, like a sieve, like that allows water to pass through. But those accumulated waste, due to improper waste disposal and poor maintenance, they just accumulate and the water just keep increasing that cause flooding. So I suggested, why don't we just use something that can move? It is automated, due to that it can be powered by power supply, solar, lithium batteries, and it has ultrasonic sensors. So please, look at this. This is the dual filter system. So this is the layer that the water will be passing through. It has been inserted into the concrete drain. So this is the metal frame. Please, can you see this something like circle here? This is where it is attached. It's attached to this metal frame. So I want to explain how the mechanism works. Thank you. So, sorry. So this is the dual system. This is just a little prototype about it. Now, this is how it's going to be. The water is flowing through here. The sieve, like the mesh. Now it is stopping those those waste. Now there is an ultrasonic sensor that is sensing the height. They will give it a specific height. Once it's like maybe 80 centimeter high, it will move. So in order to move, it will come. It is already down. This one over here, we slide over this place. Once it has slide, so this one will move. That means you can see it has over here. So it will enable it to anchor those debts very well and bring it up. Now, I've inserted it inside this place already. So this is the drainage wall. This is the outflow of the water, and this is the inflow of the water. Now, there's this packer system at the top that helps to push those debts at the top of that first filter into a manhole that has sieve. So it is continuous. Whenever it is reaching 80 centimeters, it's going to be pouring it there. So it is self-automated. That whenever the loma comes, even the sustainability will be very easy. You just bring out the sieve-like this thing, the sieve-like basket, in order to dispose it. It will be more easier. They use it in the United States, that once those agents that does the cleaning, thank you, that does the cleaning come, they just attach their truck to the side of the bin and pour it themselves. So it is futuristic, and it's going to be very good for urban system. That it will need little to no human interference. And according to what's that my paper? I'm sorry. According to Engineer Dr. Bola Mudashiru, he was saying something. He said we need an hydraulic modeling and validation, which is ongoing. So this can be part of it. And you know, Mr. Kenny, KS Digital Innovation, said, as an engineering student, you have your diagrams, and you need some things in order to put into the diagrams to bring it to life. So I think with this kind of innovation and people to put it into life, it will be very good to use. So in conclusion, I was thinking, these are the type of maintenance we need.
Time up.
Oh shit. Okay, let me just round up. Sorry, sir. So they said we should plan with the community. So planning with the community is giving them education, and education is really needed. We tell them these are what they do, these are what they cause, and this is how the permeable membrane and this thing work together. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well done, guys. There's a gray area I would like you to explain.
Okay, sir.
And also, Mr. Yusuf Mohammed, you took the shine away from your team when you kept using I. It is a teamwork. Please think about that the next time. So now you have what you are proposing is quite similar to what the first team spoke about. You are collecting the water at a certain layer. You are throwing it into the drainage, right?
Yes, sir. We are not throwing it into the drainage.
Where are you taking it to?
It's going to the canal.
How will it get to the canal?
Yeah,
There's, I said it can be used for, if the water is not like too much, it can be just used to like recharge the groundwater. But once it is like much, we need to like pass it to go to a retention pond, a regenerative pond, where it can be used for another purpose, maybe municipal use or any other.
You are still looking at it like you are dealing with a small body of water. If it rains for an hour, can you imagine what the quantity of the water will be? So in Lagos, how many retention ponds are you going to have? Have you thought about that?
Yeah.
How do you collect if it rains here in an hour? What kind of underground structure do you want to have to contain that size of water? And you are thinking about Lagos, about Nigeria. This is a gray area, and it is consistent with everybody that has presented today. It is an area you have not looked at. Please.
Lastly, from me, I really want to thank Mohammed Yusuf for that wonderful presentation also and giving us a prototype for us to see. And we can all see the advantage of actually not having, in terms of waste management, for every one of us, not only those of us that are civil engineers and those of us that are not, understand dropping waste on the road, the causes, what are the things that is causing us in the environment. Because when you put sensor, imagine when the majority of us are not dropping waste on the road, that drains will not be filled as such, that maybe waste will not be as much. So it's a lesson for us. Understand that we have to also propagate and make sure we mention it and we educate people. Understand the reason why they should not drop things on the road. Thank you very much. Understand for that.
Next, Baba Nexus.
Before I start, I'd like to ask a question. How many of us are from Mushin here? Thank you very much. So my team and I took our time to go to Mushin to see what a lot of people have been saying. And one thing we noticed is that the rain has stopped, but yet the flood remained. Cars are struggling to move. A lot of businesses have shut down. And even people wade through dirty water just to get into their homes. Surprisingly, when we checked, the problem wasn't even the rain. It was the plastic bottle, the nylon bags we all use that are trapped in the drainage channel. That simple observation inspired our research. Good day, distinguished judges, guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow students. We are Team Urban Nexus, and my name is Onoshogai Bolo Adebusayo, and we are from the University of Lagos. And today, we would like to present our research titled Integrated Solid Waste Management as a Strategy for Flood Mitigation and Urban Infrastructure Resilience in Motion. Next slide, please. What exactly is the problem? This is a tree diagram that exactly explains our problem. As we all know, a lot of people will say waste management is an environmental issue. But one thing we notice is that it is also an infrastructure issue. How? We have poor waste management, which eventually leads to blocked drainages. And when drainages are blocked, the rainwater, the storm water happen there. Also, this particular
All right. Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to the judges and everybody.
So this is Team Zentra, and we are from the Department of Surveying and Informatics Engineering at the University of Lagos. Thank you. So basically, when we saw this conference, we decided to work on the waste problem. And then based on our research, one of the most affected places in Lagos, Nigeria is Mushin. So a few weeks ago, my team and I walked through the corridor of Mushin Idioro along Agege Motor Road on the mission of getting to see waste, take pictures, do GIS, and all of that. But when we got there, we did not just see waste. We saw roads that are slowly being destroyed due to the absence of proper design infrastructure process. We saw blocked drainage, we saw leachate water. In fact, we saw a lawman container that is being parked alongside road due to the overwhelming accumulation of waste. Only God knows how long that is there. In few minutes, my team and I will be talking much about this problem, our proposed solution, and how we're going to do it. So I would like to hand over the mic to Akemi Joseph, a member of Team Zentra.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, judges. Good afternoon, my esteemed lecturers, and good afternoon, my colleagues. Right, so we know that one of the great comments in Lagos is keep Lagos clean. Right, so engineering a cleaner corridor, a GIS-cited integrated waste transfer node for Agege Motor Road, Mushin, Idioro. Right, so these are basically what our research is about. Why? A road being destroyed, a 3.5 kilometer of drainage, pavement, road pavement, and walkways falling under uncontrolled waste and leachate water. How? A GPS field survey plus GIS, 5 GPS confirmed observation points, cross-checked against Open Africa and Grid 3 special data set. Then we have 3 GIS cited IWTN nodes, a locally adapted transfer and drainage module cited exactly where the field data shows failure. Next slide, please. So basically, this is like our observation points showing on a map, right? We have from Mushin to Fadei, which was where our observation stopped. We have Papa Ajao, we have Olorun Shogo, we have, Agege Motor Road and many other things there. So we discovered that waste is not, the only problem of waste is not just the accumulation and that it smells. It also affects our drainage, right? Our drainages get blocked, and when rain falls, leads to overflooding into the roadside. We also saw that leachate water is an issue. Why? We discovered that when this leachate water is continuously kept unattended to on the road, it seeps under the sub base of the road, causing the road pavement to weaken and allowing the road pavement to get cracked, right? And in long term, actually, and we also know that when heavy trucks, climbs those roads, because of the leachate water that has seeped inside, it allows the pavement to get cracked easily, right? So this is our observation point. So using, GPS analysis, and this was based on a research paper by a professor in our department, Professor Makinde and Professor Okoli. We got from their data set that they had already, done a research on how to possible places where waste accumulations are. So using that, based on that research, we were able to use GIS to figure out selected places where we could keep our solutions and they could serve, they could serve the people in that environment. Next slide, please. Right, so these are the places we went to. We can see leachate water. So sorry, it's not clear, but there's like a drainage very close there. We can see accumulated waste. So in all our observation, we saw open drainage channels. We saw there were roads all around, right? We saw it was a pedestrian walkway, and then there were lawman collection containers that has been fully filled with waste and had not been moved over time. Next slide, please. Right, so the problem in waste is really not that we don't have a system of waste management. We have, but it's rather a design failure, not a behavior failure. What do I mean? Waste blocks the drainage channel, hydraulic capacity drops towards zero, rainfall causes surface flooding, leachate saturates the road subgrade, and then pavement cracks and fails. Next slide, please. Right, so this is our solution. Our solution is a one standard IWTN module deployed at 3 nodes, right? So how was this solution gotten? After doing our research, we found out that in developed countries like China, Senegal, Japan, Nairobi, they actually have what they call WTS, which is called waste transfer stations, right? So these waste transfer stations are actually sited away from residential area. And how they work is that they have very good, effective waste management trucks that regularly goes to the residential areas to pick up the waste and take it to the transfer unit. But when we were thinking, we got to know that in Nigeria, we actually do have waste transfer stations. So what we figured out was a IWTN. And what it is, the meaning is integrated waste transfer node. So what is this? This is a module that solves 3 solutions at the same time. What is the 3 solutions? It solves a container where waste can be kept into. How does it do that? Using the GIS map I showed, I told you that using GIS analysis, we were able to cite these 3 nodes.
3 minutes left.
We were able to cite these 3 nodes in specific areas, 500-meter walking distance apart, where these people of the environment can be able to access and put their waste into. And we did not only think about the people, we also thought that many of them might not have chance to walk that distance. So we also know that in Lagos, we have handcart carriers, people who carry waste and push it and they drop it to wherever. So right now, there is a specified provision for where they should go to drop the waste, right? And it's not really far. So what's this node about? So the node it has a capacity 3 times 10 meter cube demounted containers per node. So in a single node, we have 3 containers, right? And we have 3-sided galvanized steel sheetings, right? Those sheetings for rain might fall so that it would not fall directly on the containers. Then we have a base, right? This base is a reinforced concrete, 2% slope to central leachate drain. So what does that base do? So the base is a concrete, right? At the bottom of this container, we have like a mesh that filters solid waste from the leachate water that comes out of waste, right? So when this leachate water comes out of the waste, right, there is a drainage channel. There is an internal drainage channel that is built underneath the concrete. And what this does is that it directs, because of the concrete is 2%, has a 2% slope, meaning in every meter there is a 2 centimeter declination in the concrete. So all the leachate water that drains from the waste finds its way into this leachate collection center. Yeah, it finds its way into this leachate collection center and then is directed through the internal drainage system under this concrete system and now directed into an existing external drainage, right? So this is basically it here. And what this prevents the leachate water from getting into roads and also prevents the waste, solid waste, from getting into existing drainage. Next slide, please. So we saw that when we did an estimated cost of what the IWTN would cost, we saw that per node, it will cost 25 to 40 million each. And then the total of the 3 nodes is 75 to 120 million. And the maintenance for it is 8 to 12 million. And then when we now looked at the road rehab, if we are to actually, the bad roads because of the leachate water, destroying the sub base and then every truss climbing and then the road spoiling. And they would have to fix this road over and over again. And even the drainage system, because of the clogged waste, over time, the drainage gets spoiled and they would have to fix it. We saw that the estimated cost to fix a road or a drainage, the drainage is not really here, but for the road is 520 million naira to 1.05 billion. Next slide, please. So basically, we are not creating new waste bins. Rather, we are redesigning the waste infrastructure system of Lagos to solve 3 solutions.
Now, Mushin, on the environment, why is it that we cannot implement this? Tell me the reason why we cannot. Do you have suggestion on why we cannot? The present waste collection point that we have this big there's Loma. Most times you always fill up and you can't find anybody to come and
So basically, because of time, we could not show the operational flow in the site. Right. So why this is very, very implementable is because the present container we have, leachate water are able to seep out of it, number one. And number two, we did an operational flow whereby we made what we call a community campaign support, where we have one member in each environment and we train that person, right, to be able to, be a surveillance for this system, check when these things are full, be able to, also educate its community members on not to do illegal waste sites, and to give handcart carriers, and those handcart carriers are able to bring it to this IWTN node. And then we also have an operational workflow that could help Loma, because Loma does not really have an equipped database of all illegal dump sites. But with this, they know that most waste are moved to this place. So they can have scheduled time. The estimated schedule time we put to them is 6 a.m. in the morning. They could come, offload, and 7 p.m. at night, they could come and offload.
Thank you very much. You are talking about an ideal environment. We have to take cognizance of our local problems. The present waste collectors that we have, we are not effective presently. Understand? If you go to Mushin, everywhere, Yaba, around that Yaba Tech, if you go there now, you see going to waste. They are not effective. So what I would have suggested, all this kind of thing can be done in an estate and an organized society. But unfortunately, I'm not trying to embarrass my country. Presently, we are not yet organized. What kind of solution can you give us in an organized society? Based on who we are. We are not Oyibo people. I'm sorry, sir. We are not Americans. We are not that elderly. So I would prefer a situation whereby you take our present circumstances into consideration when you are making our peculiarity, when you are giving us solutions in such a way that these are area boys, these are a set of people that live in this place, they hear word. In such a way when you are bringing solution. Let me give you an example. Where I work, they find out that even solar, the telecom firms, in such a way that people are entering the site to go and steal. They will climb. They're not trying to find a situation in such a way that it's as if they padlock it so well. They want to put iron, something gaze, understand, electric things in such a way that in advanced country, we never see anybody climbing tower. To do what? But in our environment, they are putting electric wires on top of things so that people cannot. So what I'm just saying is that, yes, good. If you have mentioned, where is this VI? Not VI, Ikoyi, and this one is not Ikoyi, Banana Island. So this kind of solution, perfect. It's possible. But when you mention Mushin, that's the only issue I have. When you mention Mushin,
Right. I understand you, sir, but personally, I believe that the future of a company, the future of a country comes, what will bring that future is awareness and education, right? So we cannot continuously deliberating on that. These people will not be able to. If we continue, if you check the America that we all check today, they had to migrate from a stage of not knowing to a stage of knowing.
Sorry, in addition to it, sir, I want you to believe that it's actually possible to solve this problem. What I was saying, I said when we got on site, we saw a lawman container along the road right. They are overwhelmed by waste accumulation. So we have staff people. We can start from University of Lagos. We have because Banana Island is clean, and the environment you live, your workplace, and the place you do things are clean. Doesn't mean the Lagos is actually clean because you are not affected. So we chose Bushi because those people are actually affected by that. So, and we believe that realistically it's possible to solve that problem. So if we can start from University of Lagos, just as he said awareness. Those that do waste for us, we can write a letter complication in connection to work together with the lawman. The lawman are overwhelmed by waste accumulation, and we can only help them out. Thank you, sir.
Well done, guys. Did you do any calculation to advise on what population of people with the capacity of what you have suggested will work effectively for. The 3 times 10 cubic you suggested. What population of people?
Come again, sir. Sorry.
In your presentation, the capacity that you proposed, the 3 times 10 cubic of waste, right? What number of population of people will that serve effectively? And that will translate to how many of that will you need in Lagos?
We did not really look into that. But one of the way we tried to solve it, maybe the overwhelming the IWTN was creating an operational flow, working along with Loma, to come in the morning and in the evening to come and offload their demand table, right? To come and offload these containers so that they can work for the next day.
It's okay. So it has to be done on a daily basis. That's the problem for Lagos.
Yes, it's a SDG problem, sir. It cannot be completely stopped. We can only control it, sir. So that's the point we're trying to make. So if we work in line with the Lawman connection and they are not overwhelmed by accumulation of waste, we will get to where America is.
We also have PSP contractors, right? Not just Loma. So the idea is so basically we made this based on what we've experienced. I see how that Loma come to my place, right? But they don't get to some places. The idea is because of this IWTN, there's a specific location that they know they are coming to take waste away per day. And we also have PSP contractors.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, the audience. Thank you, the contestants. Thank you, our amazing judges. We have 5 people here. They made it to the finalist stage. It has been a journey, actually. It has been a journey. Out of over 30 teams, we were able to scrutinize and really dig through and see that these people are worth it to come and present, here today. We'll be moving on to the next agenda of next item on the agenda. But while that will be going on, we'll be compiling the scores and we'll announce the winners shortly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DJ. Our competition. Please let's give him a round of applause, please. So, as he said, the competitions it was a research competition, right? And what we did is that we made sure that our competitors they were able to take some primary research documents and we were able to adapt it to our. So the idea was that they had to make sure that they've seen something that has worked before, and then they tried to like use an idea to come and solve a problem in their immediate environment. And not only that, they were also meant to future proof it, which means that they were meant to find or make a solution that was going to last for decades. So I hope you enjoyed all the presentations, and we're going to announce the winners very, very soon. But right now, we want to quickly have another very short session with CFI again. Trust me, you guys are going to enjoy this. So I'm going to invite the social media manager for CFI services, Jardine, while the judges collect the results. Please let's give him a round of applause. Please let's give him another round of applause. Louder. You guys at this side are not clapping. Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jaredin. I'm the social media manager for CFI Services. Some of you guys were here on Monday, and we urged you guys to follow us on our platforms. We also promised a gift for like a few people. So I've selected a few on Instagram and also a few on LinkedIn. So I'm going to be announcing like the handles. If you are here, you just signify, you come up and you show me your Instagram page. So I'm sure you are really the one. So without further ado, uh, let's go with Tolani Pelumi 2008 Instagram. Is that person here? Okay, I don't think that person is here. David Jesse 418. Is that person here? Also, that person is not here. Taiwo Prince. Is that person here? Okay. That person is also not here. You know what? I think too many people are not here. So what we'll do is, if you can quickly follow our LinkedIn now, or Instagram, or YouTube or Twitter, I'll just pick now in a few seconds. So you guys just have 1 minute. I'm on my phone. I'll see it. 1 minute. Instagram or LinkedIn. Mostly Instagram and LinkedIn. So sorry, please, next slide. So what to expect while following us at CFI Services? Educational and engineering and subsidy. On our LinkedIn, if you go on our LinkedIn, you see so many educational videos just to like improve your knowledge on engineering topics, industry insights and technical tips, project highlights and innovation. So when we have projects, we currently have a lot of projects. So we have workshops. You could see the workshops on our pages, so you know how we operate. Training opportunities and professional development. I feel this is the most important one. So our company is still growing, and currently we have like a lot of graduate trainees, and we'll still accept new trainees. So why I say this is important, you have to follow us, because once you guys are done with your exams and everything, you can go on our page and we'll be the first to post when we're accepting new trainees. And once you see, they will list the steps to follow. So if you want to work for CFI, if you want to be a graduate trainee for CFI, you actually need to follow us. So when you follow us on LinkedIn, mostly LinkedIn and Instagram, that's where we post most valuable information. So when you will post it, and also we have continuing educational courses on our website. So currently that's 98% done. It's done, but we're just waiting for a few things before we put it up. So if you want, we have courses, a lot of courses, more than 40, 50 courses that we want to put out there, training courses. So also that's another big reason to follow us. Then company updates and events. As you can see, CFI, we're not just all about work. We also have team bonding sessions, a lot of team bonding sessions. So yeah, that's it. So I'll be going back to Instagram now. No, let me start with LinkedIn. Let me see who just followed on LinkedIn. Yeah. Chidera Divine, is that person here? Really? Gemini, is that person here? Okay. Gemini, is Gemini here? Okay, please. We don't have much time. Chijoke Fidelis, is that person here? Yeah. I'll check YouTube now also. Let me quickly check YouTube. On behalf of CFI, thank you very, very much. Chidera Divine, okay. On behalf of CFI, thanks for following us. Yeah. So let me just quickly switch to YouTube and see our new subscribers. Okay, I can see a few. Ayeke TV, is that person here? Okay. Olarewaju, is that person here? You can quick can follow now. I'm seeing it. I'm refreshing. I'm refreshing. What? I'm refreshing. Okay, let me check. 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 I think the network is a bit slow. Let me check. Okay. Enoluwa Fisayo Gordon. Is that person here? You here? Okay. Thank you. On behalf of CFI, thank you for following us. Okay. Should we still do YouTube? Eh? Instagram, Twitter. Okay, let's check Twitter and Instagram. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Sorry. Um, a quick, a quick, okay. A quick interlude, right? We want to give an award to. All right. I will call up on Ibrahim to present the award.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to present this award to a man whose excellence has shaped countless lives in civil engineering. He's a distinguished scholar, an exceptional mentor, and without question, a structural analysis guru whose mastery of field continues to inspire us all. Through his unwavering commitment to excellence, discipline, and academic rigor, he has not only taught us how to analyze structures, but he has taught us how to think like engineers. You guys should clap for Dr. Iladi. On behalf of my Cess Unilag, it is my privilege to present this award of excellence to our esteemed staff advisor, Dr. Iladi. You guys should clap for that, you. If you not clap, we'll not give you food, though.
Thank you very much, sir, for your leadership, for your insightful guidance throughout this tenure. We say a big thank you for everything and everything you've done for us. Thank you very much, sir.
So for me not to disrupt the meeting, I can't hear what some guys are saying. How many of you have I taught? I know. No. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Okay, I rest my case. I rest my case.
A round of applause for Dr. Iladi. All right, we'll get back to the giveaway session. Thank you.
So on YouTube, someone has been spamming a comment, so I think that person deserves this. Afolarium Olagunju, is that person here? Is that person here? Afolariwa Olagunju. Is that person here? That person just commented a minute ago. On behalf of CFI, thank you. So on X, we're on X now. Who's this? Tufarati Badmos. Is that person here? Okay, thank you. On behalf of CFI, thank you. Oh, we have two more to go. Should I just still finish it on X? YouTube, Instagram. If people's network is bad, Instagram is finding it hard to reload. LinkedIn. Okay, let me check. That's true. Let me check LinkedIn because LinkedIn is very important. Oh, I can see. I can see a notification. Okay. Akimbo Taufik. Is that person here? Is that person here? That person just followed though. Okay, let me. Oh. I don't think most of the people here. Let me just refresh it. Or should we just finish it on X? I have like people spamming X. So many notifications are just entering from X. Okay, let's Anjorin Olamide. Is that person here? Someone someone raised their hand up. This okay. Are you Anjorin? Okay. On behalf of CFI, thank you. One more to go. Ha! I've been picking guys. Let me look for a female. YouTube. Someone is spamming a comment on YouTube now. So one more. Okay. Okay, well, the final giveaway. Abisola Money. Is that person here? Okay. On behalf of CFI, thank you for following us. So back to what I was saying, please follow us on all our socials. If you want to work with CFI, we'll be the first to post it when we're accepting new trainees. Trust me, that's very, very soon. So thank you very much. Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much, Sephai, for giving us gifts along with your knowledge, your wisdom, and your expertise on the panel session. Very quickly, we'll be moving to our third keynote speaker of today while the judges are compiling the scores from the competition we had earlier. Where is it? Just give me 2 minutes. Okay. All right. Our third keynote speaker of the day would be Engineer Ayo Okpasonya. He is a distinguished civil and structural engineer and a highly respected professional in the built environment industry. With extensive experience in civil and structural engineering design, project management, construction consultancy, and delivery of complex building and civil engineering projects. Mr. Ayo attended CAC Grammar School, Ibadan, for his secondary education between 1977 and 1982. He is a 1987 graduate of civil engineering from the University of Ibadan. He is a member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, an associated member of the Institution of Civil Engineers, and is also current registered engineer. He has over 39 years practical experience in civil and structural engineering design and management. He's a partner and executive director at MO&A Limited, formerly Morgan or Monitor and Abel Limited, a leading multidisciplinary engineering consultancy firm, where he has contributed significantly to the successful execution of landmark projects through innovative engineering solutions, technical excellence, and a commitment to quality and safety. Beyond his technical capabilities, Engineer Okpasonya is recognized for his professionalism, leadership, attention to detail, and dedication to mentoring and knowledge sharing within the engineering community. He is a registered engineer with the relevant professional bodies and continues to uphold the values of integrity, innovation, and excellence that define the engineering profession. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Engineer Ayo Okwasonya of Morgan Monitor and Abe Limited.
Good afternoon, distinguished lecturers, honored guests, and most importantly, the young civil engineering students gathered here today. It's a great privilege to stand before you. You represent the next generation of builders, innovators, and problem solvers who will shape the future of Nigeria and Africa. You will design bridges that connect our economies, buildings that define our skylines, the water systems that sustain our cities, and the infrastructural supports that support millions of lives. The future is not coming. You are the future. Today, I want to speak to you about a subject that is no longer optional in engineering practice: sustainability. It is not a slogan, nor it is as a trend, but as a professional obligation and a powerful opportunity. The world is changing, and the engineering must change with it. We live in a time of rapid transformation. Climate change is no longer theoretical. It is visible in our streets, on our farms, and in our homes. You could see this afternoon that I joined you, quite a lot of your colleagues have been talking about waste management, how it had caused problem of flooding. So flooding that destroys infrastructures and displaces communities. Coastal erosion threatening cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt. Desertification advancing across the northern states. Heat waves stressing our power systems. Rapid urbanization that outpaces planning and design capacity. Across Africa, the story is similar, but the opportunities are even greater. As civil and structural engineers, you are the center of this transformation. The decisions you make today will determine whether our infrastructure survives tomorrow. So what does sustainability really mean for engineers? Sustainability is not just about green building. It is about designing systems that are resilient. That is, they're able to withstand climate shocks. Efficient systems to minimize waste, cost, and energy use. They must be durable, performing reliably over long life cycles. Context appropriate. That is, using local materials and local knowledge to do your designs and implementation. Sustainability also means being inclusive. You must serve your communities fairly and safely. For civil engineers, sustainability means designing foundations that survive extreme flooding. Just before coming here today, I watched a video clip of a tower falling in Chile. This tower is a tower mast that has been moving materials, things around the site. For God knows why. Something happened and you could see the tower moving. After some time, it now hit the building, snapped, and it crosses to the other side of the road, hitting private buildings, cars parked. Thank God there was no casualty. But it implies that we must design things properly. Because if that tower had been designed properly, it would not happen. Because we have so many towers that we're using to do construction that didn't happen to. You have to create structures that remain stable under very high wind loads, because everything is changing. The type of wind load that we design building against, everything is changing. So we have to be able to check what are the new wind load that buildings are being subjected to. So young engineers, these are opportunities for you. You must use materials with lower carbon footprints. So you have to be thinking out of the box. Why should we keep on using cement? Can't we use fly ash? Can't we use this? Can't we use that? These are opportunities that are open to young engineers to be thinking about and be coming up with ideas. You must plan drainage systems that anticipate future rainfall patterns, rainfall intensities. When I was a young engineer several years ago, that we used to design for drainage in Lagos, the rainfall intensity for Lagos was about 150 millimeters per hour. Today, if you design any drainage with that rainfall intensity, I'm telling you, it will be a mess. So you must also evolve with time, which means you must keep on learning more. You must design buildings that stay cool without excessive energy consumptions. Sustainability is not a constraint. It is smart engineering. Now, in our African context, what is our challenge and what are our advantages? Africa is unique. We are not burdened by centuries of outdated infrastructures like the rest part of the world. We're still evolving. So what that means is that we have chance to leapfrog, to build modern, efficient, and sustainable system from the start. We have the youngest population in the world. We have rapidly growing cities. We have vast renewable energy potential. We have abundant local materials. And there's a rising demand for infrastructure. You can see all the discussion of this afternoon that I met. So imagine solar-powered water treatment plants in rural communities. Bridges designed with recycled steel and improved corrosion resistance. Flood-resilient housing in riverine areas. Smart drainage systems that reduce urban flooding. Building designed for natural ventilation instead of heavy air conditioning. Roads built with plastic reinforced asphalt. Green concrete, reducing carbon emissions. These are not dreams, they're engineering possibilities. And you are the ones who will make them become real. So what is your role as a upcoming Nigerian engineer? Your role is evolving. You are no longer just designers. You won't just no longer become designers or builders. You will become environmental stewards. You will become risk managers. You will become innovators, policy influencers. Some of you will go into government. Some of the things we've been discussing here today, if we have responsible government, we shouldn't be discussing about them. But obviously, all of us know the circumstance that we are going through in our country today. So many people are being trusted into position of power that they are not ready for. And the only thing they discuss are self-benefits, not something that impacts the rest of us. I'm sure you agree with me. You will become community partners. So you must think beyond all the things that you've been taught in school. You must ask, if I'm designing a structure, how will it behave in the next 30 years? Will it behave the way I've designed it today? Because things are changing with time. What environmental impact will it have? Can we use local materials instead of imported ones? Sometimes ago, I traveled to Spain. I think it was Spain, yeah. So we were doing a federal government project, and there are so many glass panels, auditorium with chairs for universities and so on. So when we got there, we have been taken around through the factories to see what they've produced. And I was pleasantly surprised when one of the people, our tour guides, said that the best sand for glass is in Nigeria. Can you beat that? So we are blessed with good materials, but we're yet to tap into them. As we speak, Nigeria sits on incredible mineral resources. But rather than use it for the benefit of everybody here and people outside here, few people are taking undue advantage and creating tension politically. So we need to start thinking properly. The future engineer is not only technically competent, but you must be environmentally conscious, socially aware, and globally informed. You must know what is happening, the latest trends. You must be able to see how we can adapt it to our environment. So what are the prospects? Why is sustainability your advantage? Let me be clear. Sustainability is not a burden. It is an opportunity. So across Africa, governments, development partners, and private investors, they are all prioritizing sustainable infrastructure now. This means there's likely to be more funding if our people get serious. There will be more projects, there will be more innovation, more jobs, and more global collaboration. Engineers who understand sustainability will be the most sought after professionals in the coming decades. Take note of that. You will lead renewable energy projects. You will design climate resilient cities. You will shape national infrastructure policies. You will build the future. So your responsibility and your power. As young engineers, you must embrace continuous learning. Technology is evolving. Materials are evolving. Standards are evolving. The world will not slow down for anyone. You must be curious. You must be bold. You must be willing to challenge outdated practices. I ask a lot of engineers working, new engineers coming. These are the questions I throw at them when they get into my practice. Please, I've shown you how to do something. Can you please think and come back to me that we can do it better than this, sir? And I have seen some wonderful young people that are doing very well in this area. So for you, you also have this opportunity. You must be willing to innovate. And above all, you must remember that engineering is not just about structures. It is about people. Every bridge, every building, every road affects our lives. Sustainability ensures that those lives are protected, empowered, and uplifted. In conclusion, this afternoon, building a future worth living in. We are at a crossroad in our country. You can see any little rain, everywhere is flooded. You can't drive through roads without you hitting potholes, damages your car if you are the type that have one, or you are rushing for an important appointment, there's so much traffic, you are not able to get to where you're going. So it affects everybody. We can continue building the way we've always have, or we can choose a new path. New path that is smarter, safer, and more sustainable. You, the young engineers of today, will decide which path to take. The world is changing, like I said before. The climate is changing. Technology is changing. And the expectations of societies are changing. But one thing remains clear. The need for engineers who can build responsibly, creatively, and sustainably. I believe you are those engineers. I believe you will rise to the challenge. And I believe you will build a future worth living in. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ayo. We appreciate your presence, and I'd like to call again the department president of Civil and Environmental Engineering to present an honorable award. Come on stage now. Please clap for him.
All right. Standing up on existing protocol, I would be giving my farewell speech as the president while we await the results for the competition, so we don't take much of our time. So it's been a year. My name is Atilade Ajerito Joshua, and I think it's fine if I say I'm the ex-president of the Nigerian Institution of Civil and Environmental Engineering Students Affiliates, University of Lagos. I mean, it all started around this time last year. It all started. I want to say a big thank you to my classmates. I want to say a big thank you to my chairman for today, Similoluwa Oshodi. I want to say a big thank you to the year 1 class. I want to say a big thank you to the year 2 class. I want to say a big thank you to the year 3 class. I want to say a big thank you to the year 4 class. And I want to say a very big thank you to the finalists, the year 5 class. I mean, it's quite emotional, but like this has been a very, very fun time. And yeah, let's make Cess big. Let's make Cess great. And Cess is something I'll forever hold dear to my heart. And yeah, thank you very much. Let's go civil. Let's go civil. Let's go civil. Thank you very much, everyone.
That was very emotional. I hope we have our scores ready for the competition. All right, I'll be calling on the team lead for competitions for Cess Conference 7.0. Oh, okay. I'll be calling up Similolua to come and present the scores for the Cess Conference 7.0 competition. And Mr. Lewis M. Lewis from Sapphire.
Thank you, everyone. I know we are tired, but we are coming to the end of the conference. We just want to quickly announce the winners of our competition. But before I do that, I want to thank all of you for, taking the time to actually work on these problems and come up with these solutions. Please give yourself a round of applause. So the competitions were structured in such a way that apart from them like carrying out research, they also had to prove to us that they actually went to these locations and they could cite a problem. So there was a whole process of them submitting evidence folders. They had to also come up with a report. They had to format it. They had to cite properly. They had to do all of that. So please, let's give our contestants like a huge round of applause. They've put in a whole lot of work, and I am very, very pleased to announce the winners for today. So, Deji, are they ready? Okay. So, we are preparing the dummy checks. So, all right. So, just a moment. All right, so let's start from our third place. So can we do a drum roll? And our third place goes to Team Zentra. So please come up. Please give them a round of applause, please. So, yes, we have Team Zentra. So you guys should come close. Congratulations, guys. So let's take a picture.
Ace, bring the beat back.
moving on to our second position. So for our second position, you guys, drum roll, give it up for the reinforced Nexus. Congratulations, guys. So, yes. So the moment we've all been waiting for. Our first position, drum roll. Team Urban Nexus.
Nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down.
So, as we celebrated research brilliance, we would start off by celebrating academic brilliance. And to celebrate academic brilliance, we would be calling up on the highest CGPA in the department, in year 5, Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. I mean, if you know this guy, you know that he's a book animal. Yeah, exactly. Like he's that guy when it comes to book. When everybody are getting, you know what? Let's give it up for the best students in year 5, Civil and Environmental Engineering, is no other person than Austin Oyibo.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me, so stand up.
So on behalf of CFI, we are presenting this award in recognition of your outstanding academic performance, dedication, and exemplary track record of being the best student in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Year 5, Austin Oyibo.
Stand who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up.
All right. We also want to present this award of appreciation in grateful recognition of your outstanding support and partnership with the Civil Engineering Student Society. We want to call on Engineer Ayo Okpasonya from M1A. All right. Also, we would like to recognize more academic brilliance. This guy's got perfect GPA last semester. And you know, it's actually funny when you see people put in the work and actually get results, right? So we're calling in no other Yekini Mohammed Olaleko. Also, we want to have them all on stage at the same time. Akota Great, Efe, Okoli Solomon, Odinaka Chukwu.
I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions, stand up. For the champions, for the champions, stand up. Stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. So we are moving on to 400 level, and we have another award for the highest GPA of the semester for year 4, proudly sponsored by CFI. It is my extreme honor to call on Divine Chidera Joyce for attaining the highest GPA of the semester, year 4. Your academic excellence is a reflection of your hard work, dedication, and intellectual capacity. Let's celebrate her.
Patiently, I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions, stand up. For the champions, for the champions, stand up. Stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up.
All right, so moving on to 300 level. So let's wrap this up quickly. So our so we have 2 people actually from year 3, right? In no particular order, the first person is Iwanyawu Emmanuel Somtochukwu and Lawal Habib Temilolua.
Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close.
Okay. Moving on to 200 level. We have no one other than, drum roll, Olajide Komolafe Abdurrahman.
To be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions.
Thank you so much. Now, we're moving on to 100 level. And I'm sorry for breaking protocol, but them they show. We have 6 people from 100 level, and I want to call all of them at once. So we have Adeniji Karima. We have Adejimobi Toluwalashe Victor. We have Fadikpe Oluwapamilerin. We have Lukman Olajide Faisal Olamide. We have Lawal Ibrahim Abolaji. And last but not least, we have Onikpede Ayomide Akinwumi.
To be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just like that's how it is, cause we have our strengths and weaknesses.
All right. Thank you very much. Now that that's out of the way, we also want to celebrate the highest in each CEG course across all years. So this is something that started last year, and by God's grace, we are continuing it this year. And hopefully we're going to keep doing it, as an annual thing. So we are going to be starting from year 1. And I think in year 1, there's only just one CEG course. So, where is it? So, for the best in CEE 101, Introduction to Civil and Environmental Engineering, we have none other than Adeniji Karima.
To be the best, number one.
So moving on to 200 level, we have the best in CEE 201, which is Civil Engineering Drawing, and we have none other than Dikrulahi Yakub Ishola. Let's give him a round of applause now. Let's clap for him.
The best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me, so stand up.
All right, so moving on to 300 level. We're trying to speed this up as soon as we can. So please, as soon as you hear your name, please kindly just rush up to the stage quickly. So I'm going to be calling two at once, right? Then we'll take pictures together. So we have the best in. Oh, okay. Yeah. We have the best in CEG 317, which is properties of civil engineering materials, and we have once again Iwanyawo Emmanuel Somtochukwu. Then we have the best in CEG 314, which is Intro to Concrete and Timber Design, as well as the best in CEG 311, Structural Analysis 1, and it's none other than, you guys should clap, these are your hard courses now. Are these not your hard courses? We have none other than Undubusi, Stephanie, Obiajulum.
Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
All right, so moving on quickly. So I'm going to call three at once. So we have the best in CG 315, Mechanics of Fluids 2, Adekunle Taiwo. We have the best in CEG 316, Transportation Engineering 1, Ayinde Jamal. And we also have another highest in CEG 317, Properties of Civil Engineering Materials, Onosoga Ebunoluwa Adebusayo.
For the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up.
So we're moving on to 400 level. We're moving on to 400 level now. What you say?
I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
So thank you very much. Yeah. So we want to give a very huge thank you to okay, so we're trying to wrap up quickly. I know we're all hungry and I know we're all tired. We're hungry, right? I understand. So we are almost done. We're already in 400 level, and we want to call the highest in each course in 400 level. You know, as we go up the years, the CEG courses, you know, increase. So so for the best in CEG 414, Foundation Engineering 1, and the best in CEG 438, Transportation Engineering 2, we have Divine Chidera Joyce.
I was built to be the best. Number one and nothing less.
Let's clap for her now. Let's clap for her.
Destiny, I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions.
So, this particular person had the highest in four courses. What's his problem, right? Fine, but that's okay. So we have the best in CEG 419, Environmental Engineering. We have the best in CEG 438, Transportation Engineering 2. He had the best in CEG 415, Urban Drainage, Planning and Design. And he had the best in CEG 412, Design of Steel Structures. Only one person. But it's fine. He's none other than my troublesome competitions lead, Adesonya Ayodeji Adekunle.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
So next we have another person who had the highest in CEG 410, Structural Analysis, as well as CEG 412, Design of Steel Structures. None other than Aino Oluwasegun Ismail. Let's give him a round of applause.
Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses.
Finally, so we're trying to just do everything at once. So the last two courses we have here are Transportation Engineering 2 and Urban Drainage Planning Design, right? So a lot of people really did well in these courses, and we want to, appreciate them. So we have two people for Transportation Engineering 2. We have Lawal Sodiq Olayinka, and we have Akintade Basit Ayomide. For CEG 415, Urban Drainage Planning and Design, we have three people. We have Adesonya Oluwatomi Sona. We have Shugade Olamilekon Chukwuemeka. And we have Ahamioje Julian Onome. All right, so we'll make sure that all of them get their certificates.
To be the best.
So so we're moving on to the finalists. You guys should clap for us now. So for the best in CEG 514, Foundation Engineering 2, we have none other than 001, Presido Aderito Joshua Atilade.
Number one and nothing
I
less.
think he has to present
Lead
our
me
to
to
himself.
my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
So for the next course, CEG 516, we have none other than our engine, our very own Gensec. Ola Tomiwa, Oluwanifemi, Atoretayo.
For the champions, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just
Next on our agenda, we have two people who are the best in CEG 533, environmental management. So I need you guys to clap very well for these people. Louder, louder. We have none other than Okoli Solomon, Odinaka Chiku, and Basirat Adeola Olusesi.
I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions.
And last but not the least, definitely not the least, we have the best in CEG 530, Embankment Dam Engineering, and he's none other than our BGS, Augustine Oibo Ufedo Ojo. Let's clap for him, let's clap for him.
Lead me to my destiny.
Lead for external engagements, Adeyemi Omobukola. My team lead for sponsorships, Adejumo Ibrahim. So can all of you please come up to the stage while we, take a few pictures. You guys should come up.
I want to have it all.
So, finally, we have a very, very, very special person that we need to call. So I'm sure you guys must have seen all our designs. Every design that we've had here. This is my team lead for design. So, I and Daniel, we fought very much over the past few months, and it has come to a very, very loving relationship. You see all these fire designs that you guys have seen, every single thing was done by him. Sorry? And his team. So we also have another special person that I'm just going to, give him a special shout out. Shay also came up clutch for us. So I need to give him a very, very big shout out. So yes, without all these people here, Cess Conference 7.0 would not have been possible. So I want you to give them a sounding applause. It has been a very beautiful journey, and I am so, so glad that, we're able to do this. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I forgot my able. No, I didn't forget actually. I saved him for last. Yeah. I saved my volunteers lead, my scholar, Yekini Mohammed Olaleko. All right. Thank you so much. So let's take a picture. There's still so many other people that have not called. But, No, I have to appreciate them. So you can see that we have a lot of. So like every single person here, handled one team, and there's so many. It's hard to keep track. So yes, sir, I'm rounding up. So finally, I want to appreciate my media team lead, my Mr. Resourceful. I call him Mr. Resourceful because he takes initiative, and like when you have a problem, he really can just come to you and tell you that solved. He just tell you, oh, I did this, I thought of this, and I did it, and I'm like, Dad, thank you so much. None other than Baba Yemi Iriolua, also known as Iri Babs. And finally, all the arrangements, all the calculations, all the runarounds, everything, all the parfaits, all the rice, everything. Is that all? It is going to be none other than my logistics team lead, Rahimat. Don't worry, what's going to happen, right? So once you guys have eaten, right? When you get to my eat your food, you clap for it again. Don't worry, it's fine. Thank you. And then finally, my very own vice chairman, Ifeoluwa Asuku Clinton. Thank you guys so much. So yes, this is our team. And then of course we have to appreciate the person that also made all of this possible. Some of you know him as Super Dad. Some of you know him as Atilade Lekonsi. Some of you know him as 001. We have none other than our outgoing president of the Civil Engineering Student Society, Aderito Atiladi Joshua. I will have a problem and I will just go to meet Joshua, and Joshua will just tell me, nah, the list. Just be like, I'll be like, oh Joshua, we have to do that. I'll be like, none of this would have been possible without his support. I gave him an idea and he was like, let's run with this. He was very supportive from the very first day up until now. He was heavily involved in the planning, and I am so grateful to our president, our outgoing president. Thank you so much. Let's give him another round of applause.
Hello everyone. Hi guys. So Korede has given a big shout out to everyone from Cess conference, the entire team as you can see here. But I think he forgot to mention himself. So I am saving the best for last. The chairman of Cess conference, our very own super dad, Oshode Similoluwa Korede, an NHF scholar. And anybody that knows Korede knows that he's a motion boy, like always active, always calculating. Thank you so much for everything. And don't cry. No. So thank you so much for having us. Thank you so much for being our lead, being our head. And it's been a journey. And we're looking forward to doing more. We're looking forward to doing great food or more things and better things with you. Thank you so much, Grady. Thank you so much, Sivu. Thanks so much, Cess. We love you. Stay cheesed up, guys.
Please, guys, don't be angry with us. Food is coming.
Let's go, Sivu.
I want to have it all. Still they find my result. Now God they bless me all the way. 12 years I'm still on top. And my cup run it over. I get this ass over. Oh, ass over. My baby with a hola. Holy holy sign. Fast forward, no rewind. We going high with family for my side. No be fight, no be everybody they my side. But I don't mind, I don't mind. Anywhere money they may they call me, I will be there still. Look, across the border, I will be there still. Many go, many go, I will be there still. I will be there still. And it is there still. Anywhere money they may they call me, I will be there still.
So everyone, let's I hope we have our food tags. The food will be distributed right now. So on that note, I just want to give the vote of thanks to everyone present here today. I mean, we can plan all we want, but this gathering is nothing without people filling up the seat. So actually, you guys are the real MVP. A big shout out and round of applause to yourselves. Yeah, I want to thank our host also, Ms. Olukorede Keisha and the Nigerian Society of Engineers for providing us with this hall and this wonderful space to host this event. We want to thank our host, my own social sec, one and only Miss King, Giwa Oluwashida. Stand up. Are you shy? Right, we thank you very much for a very, very well session. And yeah, we want to thank our sponsors. We want to thank CFI. We want to thank M1A. We want to thank CFI. We want to thank M1A. We want to thank, oh my God, my brain is, all right. We want to thank CFI. We want to thank M1A. We want to thank NSC. We want to thank Getify. We want to thank Chevlink. We want to thank, we want to thank Getify. We want to thank Chevlink. We want to thank Imas Cakes. We want to thank everyone. We want to thank Ijachi. Woo! I want to thank everyone for, contributing in one way or the other towards Cess. And yeah, what more do I have to say? Watch out for Cess Conference 8.0. Good night, guys. See you all next year from the other team.
Too many or more than money day inside my nika. Yeah, baby, falala when I tell your sneaker. Okologo they know what for it like it be illegal.